Showtime.
You must be joking.
10-4, man.
Charge,
I took a shower. Sure.
It's like showtime, so,
1 o'clock.
yeah.
You want me to be a time guy?
Well, he was gonna be the timer, but,
1 o'clock.
okay, we're gonna bring the meeting to order.
people, please.
Okay,
People still talking? Can you stop talking? Thank you.
we need to bring the meeting to order. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Douglas County Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board meeting for today. Before we get started, I want to make sure our one board member that's on the screen can hear us.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. And can everyone hear him? Yes? Okay, very good. Okay. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Right behind
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, opening public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board uses a timer to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. We will start the timer when you begin. You will be told when you have 30 seconds left. Michael will be our timer today, and you should conclude your comments when your 3 minutes are up. Please, with your opening public comments, do not make comments on anything in our agenda. There will be public comments on all of the agenda items. So if you just have general public comments, now is the time to come up to the podium, write your name, state your name, and your time will start. Is there any opening public comment?
Spell your last name.
What's that?
Spell your last name.
Oh, spell it, that's true. Okay, I don't see any opening public comment. That's great, we can get right into the meat of the day. First thing we have to do is approve the agenda for possible action. Approval of the proposed agenda. The VHR Advisory Board reserves the right to take items in different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, or to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. So I will look to the board now for a motion to approve the agenda. Unless there's some discussion.
Well, I have a question, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michael Sloan, for the record. I'm wondering if there's a preponderance of individuals here that are for one item or another, that maybe we should start with that item.
Okay, we can do that after we approve the agenda. I can
Oh,
move
approve the
things
agenda.
around.
Okay,
We're
I'd
just
like
going
to
to
make a
approve.
motion to approve the agenda.
Yes. Okay.
A second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Keith, any discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all those in favor of approval of the agenda signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. Motion passes 4-0. For the record, one of our members isn't here today, and she was out of town and unable to get an internet connection. So it'll just be the 4 of us today. The next item is approval of the previous minutes. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the September 21st, 2022 special meeting of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board. I'll look to the board if there's any discussion regarding that. And then, Michael, how you made the motion last time, should you choose to make a motion, I think that was really a great idea, so I think we should stick with that.
Okay.
So, any discussion on the previous minutes? Okay, seeing none, I look for a
Madam
motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes with a asterisk that there are some recordings that don't come across exactly verbatim, and that if you wanted exact transcript, you would go to the videotape. So I approve the motion to accept the minutes.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes for the September 21st, 2022 meeting, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passed 4-0. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the September 28th, 2022 regular meeting of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board. Discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion, please.
I make a motion that the September
28th.
28th be approved.
Okay, do
Accepted.
you have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes for September 28th, 2022, signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. 4-0. Okay, we'll move on to the administrator agenda item. Before I go to item number 1, I think, Michael, you might be onto something. Maybe if we could see a show of hands of how many are here for item number 1 specifically.
Which is what?
Oh, sorry, I thought you all had. Okay, that would be the Tier 3 permit on Terrace View, 230 Terrace View. Okay. And item number 2 is for the Tier 3 permit on 314 Barton Drive. Okay. Number 3 is Tier 3 permit for 395 Sherwood Drive. Okay. And then the last one is for the special use permit for 1211 Highway 50.
There you go, jackpot.
Now, I'm not trying to push anybody out the door, so don't misunderstand this, but if we take you first, would you wanting to be staying for the rest of the meeting, or would you be leaving? I'm just trying to make room for people to sit. If that, you don't have to leave. No, that is not my point. Open meeting laws are open to stay for the whole thing. But if we're gonna adjust the agenda, I want to adjust it for a good reason. And this looks like a good reason. So, with everybody's okay, Keith, is that all right with you if we move to number 4? Okay. We'll go for item number 4, which will become item number 1, for possible action. Discussion on a Tier 3 VHR special use permit. The subject application is for a 10-bedroom home, 20-person occupancy, located at 1211 Highway 50, Zephyr Cove. The owner is Joey Max Lobb, who currently has a Douglas County issued VHR permit number 084018823, APN number 14183420207. We'll start with Mr. Stralo's presentation, and then we'll go to the applicant. Is the applicant here? Okay, you're here. And then we'll go to you for questions, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll have a vote, a discussion and a vote. So let's start with Mr. Stralo.
Ernie Strelo for the record. On March 1st, 2022, Joey Max Lau began the process of renewing the VHR permit for the unit located at 1211 Highway 50, Zephyr Cove. The occupancy was 16 for 6 bedrooms. The new permit application is for 10 bedrooms with a maximum occupancy of 20. The additional 4 bedrooms are located above the garage and were not previously permitted. They are separate from the main residence, but there is no kitchen and the bedrooms are not considered a separate unit. Joey received conditional approval for his Tier 3 VHR special use permit, account number 08401-823 on March 23rd of this year, pending the outcome of the VHR Advisory Board decision. If the Tier 3 special use permit is denied, he can operate as a Tier 2 with 10 occupants. If a Tier 3 special use permit is approved, the permit will continue with the operation of the home as a Tier 3 with the 20 occupants unless details of the permit are modified, occupancy number, parking, etc., or the property is sold. It should be noted that Joey resides at this VHR as indicated by him and confirmed by his Nevada driver's license. Joey told the county that when he rents his VHR, he stays at the Pine Wild condos. And I will hand it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strelo. I think, are you guys all on the right page where we started with?
Yeah.
Okay, 375 is the
375.
packet?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure before I started. What we did last time, I think it worked well, was we had the permit holder make his statement. We asked questions, and then at that time, if we had questions for staff or for the fire department, we did it that way. So I think we'll do it again this time. So you are welcome to come to the podium and make your statement, and we will ask you questions.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for their opportunity to speak on my behalf and my property and for everyone else who's here. I've been part of this community for 58 years. That's a good long time, and I love this community. I raised my kids here. I was raised here. My family still lives here. This community is very important to me, and I would not want to do anything that's going to jeopardize this wonderful community that I was raised in. And I'm very proud of my property. I raised my kids in it. I've lived there since 1992, and I purchased them from Jim Nunley, and who lives across the street on the lake. And this house is my pride and joy. It's my legacy to my children, and I have very much had a very controlling, scrutinizing everyone who comes into that house. I don't just let anyone in, and it's on 3 acres, a spatial, bless you, neighbors, kind. I don't have any problems with them. My track record speaks for itself. In 2013, when I started doing vacation rentals, I had extremely high standards set for that home far before this Douglas County had. And my rules are very, very strict, because I can't just allow anyone in there to deteriorate my property. And so I'm very careful. It starts with the very beginning of when I receive an inquiry. I'm on the phone to them. I'm talking to them. Also, I send out my procedures are so, I'm so proud of my procedures that if anyone wanted to even incorporate, because it's designed to protect my home and the community. After I received the phone call, talking to them, finding out what the purpose, what the intent is, that they're going to use the house for, how many people, et cetera, I send a 6-page survey of information. I want to know about the place. I greet them at the house, and I discuss it with them. I let them know what the rules are on sound. I let them know what the parking rules are. I want to know exactly how many people are going to be there. I do a head count of what it's going to be. And if they don't, and let's say that they said there's going to be 13 people there and there's only 8 people there at the time of my initial walkthrough, then I start getting a little bit suspicious. I'll follow up during the middle of their stay or the early stages of it to do another head count to find out that, I don't want them to have excess number of what they claim that they're going to have. I tell them there's going to be a walkthrough at the end, and so I'm very much involved. I live only, I stay 2 miles away from where my house is, so I'm immediately there. Charles Tencher, who is behind me, I've asked him to be a separate set of eyes, so we have redundancy to make sure that there's absolutely no problem that goes on there. And I want to take a moment, look at my notes to make sure I have it, because I think that pretty much covered it. But since 2013, I don't have any complaints. I have not received any complaints from neighbors. I have not received any citations or any violations, and I'm very, very proud of that. Even when there was a time that I could have had more people there, I didn't want to have it because I don't want to run down my property. I don't want it to be excessively used as abused. I want this to be my legacy to my children. So therefore, I want to be very, very careful with, and I have been careful. And my track record shows it. And I'm here. I mean, almost everyone sees me around here all the time. I'm ever present. And I don't know exactly what questions you guys have, and I'll make sure I have covered it. Yeah, and basically that I've worked very hard not to be that rotten egg to spoil the apple cart, or I want to be an example of and set the standard for what this community has and what vacation rentals should be, and I will always continue to have my standards higher than the bare minimum that is requested of me. I did have a second vacation rental years ago that I thought about moving into, and I had it for a very short time, and I chose to just go ahead and sell it, but I didn't have any problems there either. So again, I do everything within my powers, and I've had no problems with my guests who have come to my house, and they've been fully compliant for what I've asked for. I have ordered sound monitoring devices for the inside of the house as well as outside of the house. And if you contact any of the agencies who inspect my property on a fairly regular basis, everything is in order. It's exactly how it should be, and that's how I will continue to do so in the future. So, and if anyone would like to know about my 6-page survey, or how I go about doing it and why I've been so successful since 2013, I'm more than happy to share that, because again, I think it should be the standard which all other vacation rentals should follow.
Thank you, Mr. Locke.
Thank you.
Board, Keith and I kind of made a deal that we'll go to him last, so that if there's questions that he has, it won't be redundant if he's heard the answer already. So, Michael, would you like to start?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lapp, for coming on in today.
Thank you.
Are you an attorney
Yes,
and licensed in the state of Nevada?
yes, and California.
Are you a licensed real estate or broker in the state of Nevada?
I am not.
Okay. Do you have
Although I can tell you that I am not actually, I'm not licensed, but as a lawyer, and I'm in the process of taking the broker license, but as lawyers, we can skip the agent because we've already done our real estate, et cetera, so we can go directly to the broker. So I'm in the process of doing that, but not necessarily for this particular
So
purpose.
you intend to be a broker, but you're not a licensed broker in the state of Nevada as of
That's correct.
now?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you employ a property management firm that is licensed in the state of Nevada?
No, I don't. I have someone who assists me as Charles Tencher behind me, to be like a second set of eyes, but as the owner of it, I want to manage it myself. I think it's the best way to handle it.
Okay, and is this Mr. Tetchner right here?
Yes.
Okay, just asking.
Oh, sure.
Do you, sir, have, what's it called, the certificate? certificate?
Yes, I do.
Okay. For lack of better words, okay, thank you.
And we understood that as an owner, it is his right, since he does live in the house, to manage his own property. Is that still the case?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. I was just asking.
Keep on
So
asking.
you mentioned you rented real estate properties short-term since 2013. Has this specific house been rented short-term since 2013?
Yes,
Okay, and in the past, what has been the number that you have normally rented at? Did you start off at 10 and went to 12 and 16 and now you're asking for 20? Or can you give me a breakdown of how much you've had in the past?
obviously it's gonna be highly fluctuating.
No, I meant from a permit standpoint. Each year, did you raise it? Did you keep it at 16 for 8 years and not change it, or?
No, it's been at the 16, and then we're now asking to go to the 20.
And may I ask why you're asking to go to 20?
Well, because what we did is we modified the units over the garage and made all the adjustments per the fire department, everyone's requirements, and put up walls, et cetera, in order to be able to split bedrooms in order to accommodate.
Okay. At this time, I have no questions, but I'd like to ask that I
You
can
reserve the right.
reserve the right to ask more later.
Okay.
Right, and also I just want to share with you, and parking has never been a problem, no matter how many I have. Even though it can handle more than 8 cars, I do limit it to 8 cars, but the size of that property, it could easily handle 15. But again, I don't want wear and tear on my property. I don't want to have problems with my neighbors. I know my neighbors. I'm friendly with them. I don't have any issues with them. I don't want to have any in the future, so I keep even the parking lot.
Last question. Do I sound like Columbo now? One more question.
Sure.
So last year you had a permit for 16. This
Yeah.
year you bumped it to 20.
Uh-huh.
How many times have you had 20 during this permit cycle? 20 guests in renting your house? Give me rough estimate.
I would have to look at my records. I think only a few times that I have.
And maybe 5 or more that has been from 16 to 20 or something like that?
Yeah, I would say that's about right, yeah.
All right, that's all my questions for right now.
Thank you, Michael. Patty?
Patty Rock for the record. All the construction that you did for the additional bedrooms, those were all permitted
Correct.
on
Well,
that?
there was really no
Oh,
construction, it was existing, and when he says construction, it's just a matter of redecorating, there wasn't any kind of construction.
So there was no removal, can you step forward, please?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Charles Stetcher for the
So
record.
there was no.
There was no
like, additional
construction.
walls or
Correct.
roofing or
No,
anything like that?
That is correct. This existing, and we had.
You just said it was. You
Yeah.
just said
No.
you put walls up. You put walls up.
Yes, I put a kind of a wall dividing the 2 bedrooms.
Can I ask the audience to not ask questions of the permit holder, that we'll be asking the questions, and then you can bring, during public comment, you can,
And,
go ahead, Patty.
and none of those additional walls that you put up were load-bearing walls?
Absolutely not,
No.
no. And-
Okay, and there wasn't any additional plumbing or electrical added in there?
Not necessary.
No, okay. When you say that, also in regards to parking, that you allow 8 cars, and now that you're going up to 20, if there's additional cars, is there paved parking, or is existing paved parking going to accommodate these extra cars that come in?
I'm gonna keep it to 8 cars. Yeah, I mean, usually families of 4 come up, that type of thing, and I'm planning on keeping it still to 4, to 8 vehicles, so I don't need it, even though it could probably handle 16 fairly easily, or 14 cars, something like that, I'm gonna limit it to 8.
I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but it's a horseshoe-shaped property, and Ernie's been there, and I think you've seen the property, and it could probably accommodate a lot more than 8 cars, but we still keep it to 8. Would you agree with that?
Ernie Strela for the record. I mean, it's a long driveway, and it seemed like it can hold a lot of cars, but, yeah.
For the reasons he said, we still keep it to, it's just a matter of wear and tear, and not wanting that extra wear and tear, and not wanting to cause any additional nuisances. So we would still keep it though to 8 cars, even though we have the room.
Okay, and these additional, bedrooms with the garage, it was all attached, so it wasn't, there was nothing that was, yeah, the bedrooms that, and the walls that you accommodated over the garage, that was all attached wall to the main house. In the beginning, there wasn't a breezeway that you had to put a roof extension on or anything?
We did not put any roof extension on between the two, no.
So it was not a detached garage then, it was?
It is a detached.
garage. There's no breezeway connecting the two.
Right, it's
It's less than
2
10 feet from the
freestanding
house.
buildings, right?
So to get to the bedrooms above the garage, you would have to go outside and then walk into the house, correct?
Yes, 10 feet away.
Right.
It's connected by the driveway.
Connected by the driveway.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I go back real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. So she brought up an interesting point. So I noticed you're zone 310 for two structures per property. Was that second house a full house at one time with a kitchen and everything else?
It's always been, I mean, everything's basically as it was for all these years. It was always apartments wherein I used for my office for a while there and that kind of thing. So I've never had to change anything to this place. If you have more, that's okay.
I'm sure you're right with.
Plan.
I have one more question then. On the garage where you put the bedrooms, is there bathroom facilities in there?
Yes, on both floors.
On both floors?
Mhm.
Okay. And those were existing pre-construction?
Yes, I have not done anything to this house since I moved into it and purchased from Jim Nunley back in 1992. So there's nothing needed to change.
Patty, is that,
That's
okay.
thank you.
Keith, we're ready for your questions and comments.
Thank you. And I've lost internet connection a couple of times, so this question may have already been asked, but my biggest question is, the original permit was issued on March 23rd, which is 217 days ago. Normally, we want to hear these within 180. I do know the first couple of months after your permit, we had full agendas, and the county was probably delaying your ability to come before this committee, but 217 days ago would have been, 180 days ago would have been 2 meetings ago. What was the reason for the delay for us to hear this today instead of within the 180-day window?
I don't know the full answer to that because I don't know what was happening with the commission and so on and so forth. I do know that on one of the hearing dates, I was not in the country, so I was unavailable for that one. And I think there was another one that was a prior one that was set that I was unavailable to make that one as well. And I don't recall what the reason is for that one, but the last one is because I was out of the country.
I can answer that, part of that. So Ernie Strelo for the record. So this was originally scheduled in June, and somebody, I don't know if it was you or somebody, had called us and said that they were going to be out of the country, which it sounds like it was you. And we were told to push it out to September because there was nobody available until September. So we scheduled it for September. I'm not sure what the reason was for moving it from September to October. I don't know what happened there, but
I'm not sure either.
I was the person that was out of town for September for a family wedding.
okay, so it got pushed up because you must have called the.
Yes, correct.
So I didn't know about the October one, but yeah, so that's all I know, Pete.
Okay, because I mean, it says 180 days. Also, on page 400 of the packet, I think you have a charcoal grill. We go in through these periods where charcoal boxes are allowed, they're not allowed. How do you inform your tenants whether they're going to be able to use that charcoal grill or not? Because of burn bans, you wouldn't wouldn't expect someone who flies into Tahoe to know that we currently have a burn ban. You know, people don't normally check that. How do you make sure that they don't use that charcoal grill when we have a charcoal grill ban?
Where do I look for him? Does he have camera on? I don't know if I'm he sees me.
You're good, you're good. You're good.
I don't have a charcoal grill.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I may have misread something, sorry about that.
That's a
Might have been
Traeger.
a different one.
It's a Traeger unit and it's based on pellets.
Oh, okay, so it's a pellet grill, okay.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, so on page 400, it just says, please use caution when grilling as Tahoe is prone to sudden wind gusts. Charcoal grills should not be left unattended, but there is no charcoal grill, correct?
That's correct. I haven't had charcoal grill in 20 years personally or anything.
Oh, okay. All right, sounds good, thank you. I believe that, and just a comment, this is questions, and I don't know if maybe this is better for the committee. I was trying to think back on the one, when you go to one of the things about the park, it says 2 family units on one of the slides. And I was trying to think back on the one that had the carriage house. I believe, and again, unfortunately Lauren's not in this meeting, I think Lauren was the one with some strong comments. I believe that may have had a kitchen, but I just kind of wanted to point out to the committee, this is 2 structures, but I understand that the room of the garage does not have a kitchen, and maybe that was our concern when we had the carriage house. But I kind of wanted to point that out to the committee. And Madam Chair, and again, apologies for being in and out. I'm trying to get the best internet I can, but that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. So is this the first time that you're gonna start advertising for 10 bedrooms? In the past, I was looking at some of your advertisements where it said 6 bedrooms or 8 bedrooms, and then there's some verbiage that says up to 20 people. Because obviously, you have to have one contract with, it can't be 2 sets of people. I mean, they don't all have to be, you know what I mean, one contract, one group coming in. So, you're upping it to wanting a permit for 10 bedrooms, where in the past it was 6 bedrooms. And,
8 bedrooms.
well, 6 bedrooms is in the main house and 4 are above the garage, correct?
I can answer that, Charles Tencher, for the record.
Okay.
So basically, the house has always had the same setup, as Joe mentioned. We just decided not to utilize the maximum capacity. So certain guests come in and they're like, well, we only have 15 people. Well, the main house can accommodate 15 people. So from a cost saving standpoint, they don't have to spend extra money. If it's a family reunion, we got 20 people, well, at that point, we can go ahead and open up the suites above the garage for you at an extra fee per night. So the people that need it will pay for it, the people that don't can be accommodated fully by the actual property, the main house of the property. So we always had that at our disposal as an add-on if it was needed.
Right, but under code now, if you were just gonna rent the main house, you'd only be able to have 12 people.
Correct, so
instead of
therefore we
6.
would, yes,
Right,
that's why
so
we decided to.
that's why you're expanding?
Correct, correct.
Got it. Okay, and how regularly do you rent? Is it a weekly minimum? Is there a couple of days at a time? Is it all year long?
It's all year round. It's less than 100 days.
And is there any fence, wall, something that would preclude your guests from wandering into the neighboring subdivision?
It's fully fenced, yes.
Fully fenced,
Uh-huh.
okay. Hard to tell from some of these pictures and, you know, when you're just
such a
glancing
big
at it from
property,
the
it's hard to
exterior.
tell, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to?
It's up to you.
Well, because it's not in my code, it's not something that would be,
Do you want me to address it?
yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, at the chair's request, I am addressing an issue that was brought up during questioning, and also, Mr. Lobb, you brought it up as well. You indicated that you put up a wall to separate two bedrooms.
Yes, a non-bearing wall.
Right. I just wanted to note for the record, and also for basically the board, that a building permit for such work is required. Under 2820.010, basically any no building structure regulated by this chapter may be erected, constructed, enlarged, altered, repaired, moved, improved, removed, converted, or demolished unless a separate building permit for each building structure has first been obtained from the Community Development Department. Now, there's a list of exemptions. None of the exemptions that are listed cover the work that you included. Thus, a building permit was required to install the wall. So that's just something I'm putting on the record.
Okay,
Thank you,
So
Mr. Taylor.
that is something you can fix with Douglas County. You can go apply for a building permit and pay the requisite fee, have them inspect the work. My guess is they'll be happy to do so.
thank you, and there has been plenty of inspections of it by the authorities, and I'll follow up with that for sure.
Thank you. And I asked Mr. Taylor to do that because the code he's looking at isn't the VHR code, it's the whole code for the county on building permits and that kind of thing. So-
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Madam Chair, I guess my question back to Mr. Taylor, or maybe I don't know who this question is to, but on page 415 of the pack, there is a part to the left of it, and it says the use code is 2 single-family units. Was there ever a kitchen above the garage, and was it only walls? Why, and I don't understand all these codes, but was this supposed to be 2 family units, and is now 1 family unit you're renting out? I guess I'm confused by that. On page 415, under use code, it says 2 single-family units. Was a part of the garage ever a family unit, which I think would require a kitchen?
Keith, Sam Taylor is going to respond first, and then if you have.
Just for the record, Sam Taylor, Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I just wanted to point out that I think part of the confusion here is the difference between a dwelling unit and just basically units where people can occupy and sleep for the night. And that is what you have above the garage. It is not considered to be a dwelling unit. And that was the issue, if you recall, Keith, with the one that you were talking about before. It's like that French chateau that was on the lake. Yeah, the reason that the board disallowed the use of that separate unit is because it did have a kitchen, which basically turned it into a dwelling unit or a separate unit. But the 4 bedrooms above the garage are part of the same residence and sort of structure. In other words, the one family can occupy both. It's not a separate unit for the purposes of the Douglas County Code.
That's correct, and that's what we have here.
Thank you. Okay, Michael?
I have a question for Mr. Strelo. So this is the very first time you've ever put in a TRPA report on any of the properties. So my question is why you did that, and I mean, more information is great, I mean, but what was the reasoning behind that, Mr. Strelo?
Ernie Strelo for the record. There has been public comment in the past about TRPA information, so I added it to the packet. Informational.
So my question might be for Mr. Taylor then. Who has authority for density in Tahoe Township? Is it TRPA? Is it Board of County? Is it Planning Commission? Is it, who has authority?
Again, Sam Taylor from Douglas County DAs for the record. Essentially what Ernie has added to the packet are the TRPA provisions relating to density in terms of construction. Okay, so when you build a house, you have to have, under TRPA regs, certain coverage requirements, and there's density requirements for particular, zoning districts. That's what these relate to. What we're doing here with the VHR context is looking at providing permits for existing structures. So we're not concerned about whether or not somebody's gonna build something that's gonna make a neighborhood more
Right.
dense. That's already been taken care of. Rather, we're permitting existing structures, and it's completely separate and distinct from the TRPA regulations, and they're really not applicable to the VHR
So
context.
just so that I'm clear, Mr. Taylor, when it says low density, that means low structural density. That does not necessarily imply low people density.
That low density means, yeah, structures, the amount of structures that can be built within a given zoning district.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Any other questions before we take some public comment? Keith, do you have anything else before we take public comment?
No, Madam Chair, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lobb. Thank you, Mr. Tensor. Tensor.
Tension's fine.
Okay. We'll take a public comment now, and then it'll come back to the board, and we'll make some decisions. Thank you. We'll need, yeah, so since there's quite a few of you for public comment, if you'll be prepared to come to the podium. So, well, it's a small room, but state your name, spell your last name, write your name on the sheet there, and your 3 minutes will start after you state your name.
Madam Chair, they don't all have to, they don't want to.
No, they don't all have to.
It's the sheet under here, I think. Isn't that
Come up
yours?
and say ditto if they want.
Oh, yeah, that's my
Yeah,
page.
I think there's a sheet, yeah, that's where you put
Well,
your
you're
name.
all allowed to have 3 minutes.
All right, Ed Day, D-A-Y is last name, resident of Hidden Woods, 261 Eagle Lane. I dispute these comments. There has been no issues. I've had to call the police on this property. I've had his tenants cross over to my property and threaten me. Obviously, the sheriffs were contacted. This has been basically documented as part of the process. So representations that no issues since this has been going on. The existing permit is a nuisance currently. I've had to install a spiked fence on my property so that anybody jumping that fence obviously has more complications than the previous fence, which was a chain link fence. Any expansion of this would be disastrous. I also think that this is a significant impairment of my asset, having a circus down there that's uncontrolled, a noise, music after 10, woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I think what's been represented and what is actually taking place is dramatically different.
May I ask a question of him? Is that
Not
allowed?
right, I need to get through the public comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, next. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Hi, my name's Kirk Ledbetter, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my property that I've had for a long time, and it is currently a long-term rental. It provides 2 family dwellings for local people that have jobs in our community and need to get to work and need to not be disturbed when they go to work. And I'll cover that probably again. But appreciate the time of everybody to come here and talk about this. I do not see a fence, so I disagree with comments that were made before. I've been at this property. This property has been rented in an LLC for 20 years, 30 years. Parking is an issue. I have had issues with the overflow people on my property. We have it posted no property, private property, and yet they egress onto our property. And we've had to go out and explain to them that they're in the wrong place. They need to move, or we will contact the sheriff's office and get them towed. They have trespassed across our property because it is not fenced in. We border Forest Service land on 2 sides,
Highway 50 on the other, and the Hall property. They cross across to get to the back, to get to the Forest Service. So there is no not fenced. It's not right. They do need a fence, and they do need to mark their property. We've had noise issues as well. We can hear them across the highway, and we have heard from our renters that they do have large occupancy events over there. I don't believe they're fully fire compliant at this time, and I feel that all property owners in the Tahoe Basin have an obligation to make sure that their properties meet all long-term fire reduction efforts that we have.
30 seconds.
All right, so to wrap up, long-term rental, we have not had any problems for many, many years in our area, and we want our renters to be able to appreciate their homes, get to work on time, and not have these problems from neighboring communities. So we are against this expansion.
Can I ask you one question? Where is your property in Hidden Woods?
It is not, it is directly off Highway 50, it's 1193 to Highway 50.
Okay, so you're on the lake side.
No.
You're,
No, we're on
Well, we are,
We're
but that's a
on
rental.
Joey Lobb's property side. We can look from our property
oh, okay,
and we can see his units.
okay,
Are you to the south?
thank you.
Directly to the south, there's a little mini lane and 3 or 4 homes?
Yes, that's us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
It doesn't show it on.
That's some handout.
Ernie Strelo for the record.
Thomas
Before-
J. Hall, property owner.
On the handouts, if they're, because there's not enough for the public, I can't hand these out to the board. Now, what I can do is I can take one and push it out in the packet tomorrow if you'd like.
Okay. I have one for Mr. Law. My name is Thomas J. Hall. I grew up on Kingsbury, moved there in 1952. I graduated at the Jeff Cove Elementary School, class of 2. Littell High School.
Were you first in your class?
Plus Littell High School, first in my class in Littell High School. I brought a little map here to show you the orientation. The pink is the Ledbetter property. Kirk is here and on the lake. A guy named Chris Bentley owns this property. It's for sale for $55 million. Joe is the orange. Mine is the blue that's kind of faded there, but it's sandwiched between the Ledbetter property and the applicant's property. Prescott owns the green, and that's been on the market for $45 million. I'm a real estate attorney, I guess, not licensed, but real estate attorney, and I handled a sale in green for $21 million last year. So this is really what I call the Gold Coast. People are paying big money to be on this site. I don't think we need a motel in our midst. My particular plan was to build a little house. I bought this property in 2016. I designed a little cabin. I'm sorry the time is short, but I brought a whole package to give it. I designed a little cabin to go on my property, 1,400 feet, 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 2-car garage. The fire department required me to put in a 20-foot road with a turnaround, and that's in the package here. The fire code, Chief Durbin said I had to have a 20-foot wide road paved with a cul-de-sac. This road on this property, Mr. Lobb's property, I don't think qualifies under the current code. They also required me to put improvements on Highway 50, a decel lane, an XL lane, so you can get into the property. If you've been by the property, and I hope you'd make a trip there before you make your decision, but it's on a kind of a dangerous curve. We actually do right in and right out. We don't turn left out because of the problem. If you have visitors from out of town, out of state, they're not gonna know the speed limits and the danger that's there. It's quite a danger. I did look at the water rights for Mr. Lop's property. The well was dug by Mr. Nunley. It was a domestic well, and under the codes that are enforced by the state of Nevada, a domestic well cannot support 2 dwellings. I was informed by the Douglas County assessor that 2 dwellings are assessed on this property. It's qualified as 2 dwellings, it's listed as 2 dwellings, it's taxed as 2 dwellings. Under our code, you can't have a domestic well for 2 dwellings. It has to be under a special permit. And Mr. Love can respond to that or dig into it. The district attorney deputy has said that this is 1 dwelling, but I would dispute that. Under the county assessor records, it's listed as two dwellings. And then I was told when I wanted to build a house, small cabin, 1,400 feet, I'd have to put in a fire sprinkler system. And that's many thousands of dollars for a fire sprinkler system. So in sum, I've spent about $300,000 trying to develop my property for a cabin. The bid came in at $1,800,000, and I didn't have that money in my pocket, so I didn't build my little cabin. Some of the comments Mr. Dahl made are not right. There's no fencing between his property and mine. There's trash on my property all the time. I throw it back. As a good citizen would, I take it. I really feel that this is a detriment to my properties, and I would ask the board not to approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Taylor would like to ask you a question.
No, actually, I was
Or
just
make
going
a
to respond to what he
response.
was saying. There is a difference, Mr. Hall, between the assessor in terms of how they view a dwelling as opposed to the county code for what is called an accessory dwelling. So under Title 20, an accessory dwelling is defined as a unit which has a kitchen and a certain amount of counter space, and then also a restroom and what have you.
Can I give him my letter? It has
No,
the
but-
citation.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is the assessor looks at different standards when it comes to determining whether or not something's a dwelling than the way we look at it in terms of the board here and VHR.
I'm mentioning what the Division of Water Resources
I understand.
holds it.
Yeah.
And
it's
he'll
in the
have a
letter.
Yeah,
chance
and
to
that,
look
and
at.
that is not unusual. That, there's lots of places along,
I would ask that my
Highway
letter
50
be
something.
passed to the board, included in the record.
Well,
if you
after
could.
it becomes public, Mr. Taylor will be able to look
I
at
didn't
it.
bring
Yep.
20
Yeah.
copies. I didn't know how many people were gonna be.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Next,
Hello, Steve Spears. The only fence that's separating my property from his property is the fence on our property. There isn't a fence on the back of his property. There was a very compassionate speech that Mr. Law gave us. However, it's in direct conflict with our experience. We moved into our property about 18 years ago. And there was very little noise coming from this subject property. But over the past few years, wild parties, noise into the wee hours of the morning, to the point where we don't often come up here during the summer, because that's when the parties happen. We come up during the winter because it's too damn cold to go out and party. So I would be totally against this increase in the use of it. And I fail to see how increasing the number of people that are able to occupy this on a temporary basis is going to minimize or diminish noise. It will only increase it. So I'm not for this.
thank you, Mr. Spears. Next.
Hello, I'm Debbie Ledbetter, and I'm married to Kirk. We own the properties across the street, 1220, 1210, 1193, and 1218. 1193 are our rental properties, which my husband has spoken of. And I have had issues with the parking and the rude behavior of the people that stay in Mr. Love's property. I manage the dwellings that are there right now with the long-term renters. I personally take care of their yards, the interior. I'm constantly cleaning my property and his property that comes over my property. And unlike Mr. Hall, I throw it away. I don't throw it back. But I am very unhappy about having to do that. And I want to voice my opinion on that property as saying I absolutely disagree with having any more. I was just furious that they had people in the first place. It's not the place to have a VHR, in my opinion. I have spent a lot of money and time fixing my property across the street and am right now in the middle of a $1 million project to do drainage and roads and all kinds of stuff that TRPA has required me to do on my property across the street. The impact of the highway, the impact of his home that doesn't have the BMPs has really impacted the cost of my project. I am really, really upset about the parking. I've had to pave roads. I've had to give up, what is it, where's Kirk? I have to give up coverage issues so that I could have paved roads and drainage and you name it. And TRPA has been there many, many, many times, and you're welcome to come, any of you. You all know where I live. I have the decorations, you know. And I try and make it very safe for people, okay? And I really believe I try and keep my yard clean, and I want to set an example for everybody in the community. I want our community to be clean and without problems. And I'm going to say this has been a problem. It has been a problem for me across the street. I hear them. I live at the very bottom of the hill. And if I'm not right on the beach where I hear the boats, I hear the parties. And it's not good. It isn't good for any of us. We've all worked very hard to live here. And, you know, if Mr. Lobb would like to stay in his back unit while he's renting his house, then maybe he'd have a clue at how horrible it is. Because I have had complaints from my poor tenants who work here and make a living here and work for a lot of you people. And they can't sleep. And it's horrible. And I've called you about the parking. And I can't get to you. I get to your secretary at the office. Nobody's there. I don't even know who you are. You've never come to my house to introduce yourself, to tell me that you manage that property.
I have a question for you. Did you actually contact the sheriff's office and have this documented for all these noise complaints?
No, we're doing
Okay.
public
No?
comment right
Yeah.
now.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
What
Well,
was
I
the
don't
answer to
know.
that?
I don't know
What was
him.
the answer to
He's
that?
never
Yeah.
been.
No, and you, go ahead and finish your comments.
Thank you.
And
So, in
Oh,
any case, I
time's up.
can start documenting things. I am not that neighbor. I don't want to start a problem, but I don't like what's been going on there. And today is the day I get to tell everybody. Okay?
Thank
So
you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
I'm gonna ask that the public doesn't interrupt while these people are allowed their 3 minutes. They need to be able to have their continuous 3 minutes. And please, when you're up here, if you have questions for somebody, ask them off at a break, because we don't do question answering between the public and the
Okay,
board.
well, I hope we're allowed to pose a question.
You can pose.
Okay,
Oh,
as part of the public,
Your
yeah.
public comment, you can pose as many questions as you want.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm Bob Byron, my wife is here, Laurie. We live at 1259 Hidden Woods Drive, which is not directly adjacent to this property, but I wanted to give you a sense for some of the people that are here with us today and speaking. So this is the Loud property. This is Hidden Woods, HOA, okay? And these are more or less adjacent properties to it, and you're going to be hearing from, I think, maybe 5.
Okay, can you
folks,
just
you've
hold
already-
that up so that
okay,
anybody
sure thing,
can
yeah.
see it if they
Okay,
didn't see it?
blue is the adjacent Hidden Woods property, everything in here
Those
is
people.
all of Hidden Woods, this is the property in question, okay?
Sounds public.
So, one thing I'd like to say, and I will speak for all of us here, is that we all consider our properties legacies that we want to turn over to our children. So it's important that we're not just talking about today, tomorrow, and the next day, but many years in the future. And the one real question that I have, that I will just pose as an open question, is whether the special use permit runs with the land. And if, for instance, that property was turned over to another family member, something like that, would they be under the same SUP? Okay, it's not a sale, right? It's turning it over. So, okay, I'll just leave that. 10 bed, 20 persons. I mean, it's nice to call that a rental. I call it a hostel, okay? This is ridiculous. Okay, there are several things that were mentioned, offers that were made about this property, like sound monitoring. Is that in the SUP? Does anybody reside on the property when there are occupants? I think the answer to that is no, but I assume that's not in the SUP either. Last year, you were permitted for 16 renters, okay? I don't recall ever seeing a notification. I think we would have all been out in arms had we seen that. So I don't know what, who dropped the ball on that, but somebody dropped the ball, okay?
And I will explain that when you're finished.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have. I'm going to yield my time to the rest of us that are here that are much more directly impacted, okay? So,
Prior to the new ordinance, there was 2 per bedroom plus 4.
okay,
Then this new ordinance with the tiers came in, so as the renewals came up, they had to go under the specific tier. So they would be a tier 3 where they had to come before us. And as you heard earlier, this particular property was, they get a conditional permit for their tier 3 until it's heard by our board. And this looked like it was pushed out, according to Mr. Byer, and this is something I didn't catch, 200 and some odd days. So, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I'm Sam Taylor again for the record. Just one thing, the noticing requirements, by the way, did not exist previously under the VHR program. There were noticing requirements for any permit ever issued up until the existence of tier 3s. Now, because they're a special use permit, there are noticing requirements relating to that. So this is the first time Mr. Lobb has had to come and basically provide notice to his neighbors about his attempt to get a tier 3 permit. So there was no previous noticing requirement. Nobody forgot about it. There just wasn't any prior requirements.
so anything having to do with a prior allowance of this, if we were to challenge that, it would now have to go through a legal process. Is that correct?
If you're you're talking about challenging this tier 3
16, yeah,
special use
right.
permit, you can appeal the special use permit decision by the board if you do not like it to the Board of County Commissioners. And Mr. Lobb also has that same
Okay.
right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And if his tier 3 is denied, he will become a tier 2, which is 10 occupants, 10 occupants. That's the maximum under a tier 2, and that's the fallback if it's denied. And I hope that some of this conversation is helping some of you
Yeah.
so that we can, get through the public comment and the things that we've answered, you don't have to ask us again. And again, I'm not trying to rush you. You are allowed your 3 minutes. It's just that public comment takes up a lot of time, and we want to hear from you, but we want to make our decisions also.
Great. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm Bill Kelly, Kelly. I live with my wife, Pamela, at 1294 Hidden Woods Drive. We are approximately 100 yards directly uphill from the subject property. The back of our house would be about 100 yards uphill. We're separated from the property by the Spears property who spoke recently. But there are no, between our structure and the subject structures, there are no other structures in between. So that's number one. My main complaint is we moved, as I said, in 2013, never had much of a problem, in the first few years. It seems as though the last 3 or 4 years we've had significant noise issues. We have several decks off the back of our house. We like sitting out with our the two of us or with our friends and neighbors off those decks at night because it's very tranquil, very beautiful scene of the lake. And there have been a couple of occasions when the parties have disturbed that. So that would be my main complaint. Fortunately, we're not getting the garbage and things that other adjacent neighbors are getting because, I think because of the separation. With all due respect to Mr. Laub, I really think that Tier 3 rentals have no place in our neighborhood. It impacts not only the values, but particularly in that particular location, the safety of both the cars on the road and the people that are residing there. And in my opinion, and from my experience, I'm not an expert at this, but 20-party rental is usually not for a prayer vigil. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Again, with all due respect, with your fastidiousness in examining who's coming into your place, I'm sure you do as thorough a job as you can, but you can't always weed out these individuals. So I just don't think Tier 3 has a place in that neighborhood. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Brad Ingram, 1246 Hidden Woods Drive. While I appreciate the
Can you spell
precaution.
your last name?
Sorry, yes, it is different. INGHRAM. Well, I appreciate the precautions that Mr. Laub has taken to pre-screen his short-term rentals. It is, I think, insufficient in terms of being able to control people. People being people are going to push the limits. And I think just knowing that we're going from 13 to 16 to a 20, person occupancy, it just is counterintuitive to think that it's going to be a positive experience for the immediate neighbors. I'm at the lower end of Hidden Woods Drive, and I have the unfortunate experience, my wife and I have the unfortunate experience of backing up to a Tier 2 rental in Cave Rock. And that is quite noisy during the summer months when people are out on the patio partying and yelling till all hours of the night, music blaring. And so my concern, according to the map that was provided, we were about 150 feet from Mr. Laub's property, and it would seem that we would be sandwiched between two potential rentals during a vast majority of the summer months, where it's gonna make it really unbearable for us, with noise kind of impacted. The second, concern is, and I think somebody brought it up earlier, is around the traffic concern, being that this is kind of a blind turn to enter into Mr. Laub's property. On behalf of, our HOA, we just had a special assessment to all the neighbors representing nearly $200,000 in repaving our street. And so we would make the next natural turnoff for anybody that missed the entrance to Mr. Laub's property to flip around and come back, which not only is dangerous because of the traffic going by Highway 50, it's gonna put undue wear and tear on our particular street that we're responsible for maintaining.
And that's a deceleration of too.
Yes. The question that I do have for Mr. Laub is, or perhaps the board, is are the 8 vehicles part of the SUP as well? In terms of, is there a maximum capacity? Is 8 that number? Is that just what's being allowed? Are we gonna be seeing 12, 15, 20 cars that are, again, impacting other neighbors? So those are my concerns. I can't be supportive of allowing this. Don't think it's appropriate for our neighborhood.
Thank you. 8 cars is what's on the permit. Next. Is there any other public comment on, okay, oh, you want, yeah.
Public citizen
You
of
want to,
Douglas County.
you,
My name is Charles Tencher.
Tencher. I live in Lake Ridge, which is the adjacent property to Hidden Woods that most of you know. And I would like to deal in actual some facts instead of opinions at this point. The fact is that this property in question has been permitted and been rented to approximately 16 people since 2013. That is a fact that can be verified. Fact number 2, there has been no accidents whatsoever because a number of people stated concerns about the traffic, and we all live there, so we know about the dangerous turns. There has been no documented accidents at the property at all in those years. The third fact is that if there was complaints of noise, which it seems like a lot of people are complaining about, I'm sure there's proper channels to go through as far as contacting the sheriff's office or code enforcement, and that would also be on the record. It's to my understanding that there is 0 complaints and 0 enforcement taken. So, as a resident of Zephyr Cove, Douglas County, I have the same concerns as you. That's why I offered to help as a local contact for Joe Laub to make sure that the occupancy is adhered to. But a number of you misunderstand, and you're making it seem like this is something that's just starting to happen or just happened since March. That's not the case. That house has been rented since 2013. Okay? That is a fact. So let's try to keep the facts in consideration and put our feelings aside. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Spears, wife, I think. My problem is the noise. We live in a property that's close to, I don't know, between 3 and 4, I don't know, kept going up. And we stay in Walnut Creek all summer because of the noise. Once in a while, my son will come up. And he's nervous because we're talking about selling this property because it's not fun. It really is. I mean, the noise, you just can't imagine from where our home is. There's nothing in front of us. It's just land with trees, dead trees that they won't get rid of, and that's a fire hazard. You're good at getting rid of trees. You should get on that property. But anyway, it's terrible. The noise is terrible. Our bedroom is on the 3rd level, and we try to open, we don't have air conditioning. They say you don't need it in Tahoe. Bull. You do need it. We opened the window. We finally added some of those units up on the top floor, and it's louder than the traffic. I mean, it is really horrible. Our granddaughter complains. I mean, how many kids complain about noise? And it's just, we saw your house when it was on the market because we had our house at 1241 Hidden Woods. We thought about buying it, but it was too close to Highway 50 because it was bigger and even more family could come. But anyway, the noise, believe me, we're the closest to it, I think. Can guarantee you it is horrible. It keeps us away in the summer. Our contractor, Greg George, says, why don't you come up? And we tell him, we can't take the noise. We love our peace and quiet in Walnut Creek and our pool. That's it. I'm very upset. I'm sorry, very upset about this.
I want to address some really basic things. There is an intent. Oh, I'm sorry, Linda Dengler, D-E-N-G-L-E-R. I want to talk about the intent of the code for this entire thing. And the intent of the code is that we live with what we've always lived with. And to have huge parties of people, and I just want to point out, there's 8 people who just spoke who are telling you that you're not meeting the intent of this code for what the code is about. It's 20.622.010B7. And you need to meet the intent of the code, and this doesn't meet the intent of the code, and every one of these people just told you that. And about the dad blame, call the sheriff, he doesn't bother to turn up. I just saw the other day, they were down there and they got a call out, and 4 of them left and went down the way, and 30 minutes later, 2 came back. There aren't any sheriffs that are gonna bother to come for the noise complaints, and code enforcement does not, even with submitted photographed, time, date, stamp photographs proving the violation, will not violate anything. So the point is no, they all come up and go, no violation. Well, it's because code enforcement doesn't violate. Richard said so. And the BOCC just said so. And the sheriffs don't bother to turn up, so how could they violate, okay? And as far as there's a code about square footage for fire safety. A house that has 3,050, I think, at 500 square feet, per the fire safety code, which I submitted to you, is allowed 16 people on the property total, okay? And that's, can be approved of. Each of these places is allowed 50, you guys. This isn't just 16. They get to have 50 people anytime they want. It's in the code for this, for a tier 3, right? So excuse me, it isn't 16, it's 50, you guys, and that's what these people are having to live with, and it's not okay. And this should be denied because of all those reasons. Oh, and look at the pictures. The dining table seats 9 people. The couches seat 10. Where the heck do you put 20 people? How is it fire safe to have 20 people in there?
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to respond to one of the points that was raised by Ms. Dangler. With respect to the fire code, the 200 square feet per person rule relates to inner occupancy of the house. The 50-person rule for the VHR the VHRs for 50 persons is for the entirety of the property. In other words, inside the house as well as outside. So it isn't just the 50 people are all gonna be jammed inside. It is for the entirety of the property. And it's a limitation, it's a maximum limitation meant on the part of the board initially to keep the noise down. And this board has recommended to modify that particular provision and limit the occupancy or the total number of people allowed on the property to that which is specified on the permit. So I just wanted to make that clear for the purpose of the record.
So is there a size to the property? Because if 50 people went in these houses, it would be so fire unsafe for egress.
May I answer the question as to the square
I'm
footage of the house?
asking Mr. Taylor.
Oh, you don't want to know the square footage of the house?
The square footage of your house, sir, is not really relevant to the point I was raising, which was there was different standards for the fire code, which relates to interior occupancy, 200 square feet per person, as opposed to basically the VHR provision, which relates to the entirety of the property. And again, the VHR Advisory Board has recommended that that particular number be reduced to the occupancy level set by the permit. So that's it. I just wanted to clarify that particular issue.
Okay. Do we have any other public comment?
Are you, the board, going to vote on this today, here and now, or are you going to go in private session and vote on it later to let us know?
Are you asking if we're going to make the decision today?
Yes.
Yes, we're going to make a decision today. Is there any more public comment?
I'd like to speak. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're shortly.
Keith, are you still with us?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I am.
I'm Michael Pettibone. I live at 1244 Hidden Woods. I'm at the very bottom. Next, Brad's my neighbor. And basically what he has told people is really true. We're becoming sandwiched between parties in the back, I mean like frat parties, and now we got them coming in on the front. And as far as the comment using our street to turn around, I can actually verify I've seen a half a dozen cars or these young people looking for where they're going, and then they go back and into the property. The only reason I know that is I'm in my yard a lot, and I see these people just using it. Sometimes makes it difficult for our people to get off Highway 50 to come up to Hidden Woods. But noise is a problem, and it just, our area is a single family type area with nice homes. And to have 20 people or 15 people is not conducive to our area. It's not, you know, if you want to do something like that, State Line's a good place to do that. But our little private area, we're there because we like it quiet. We like it because we don't have noise. We have noise limits, people respect it. And but now we've got this is coming in, so I have to say that I'm not for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any more public comment? I will get to you. Over here on this property? If not, I'm going to close public comment, and Mr. Laub, you would like to make some statements?
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you. You guys are my neighbors. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. And when I hear the anger over the noise, I hear you loud and clear. I'm very disappointed in hearing about the noise and how it has invaded your guys' properties. That is the last of my desires. It is the last of my intent is to encroach on your guys' livelihoods of enjoyment of your home. What I want, and if this gets approved, and actually even if it doesn't get approved, I'd like to give you my cell number. I would want a call or a text from you guys at any given time, at any hour there is, saying there is a noise problem. I do not want to impact the enjoyment of your homes, whether it be a primary resident or a secondary home that you've come up on a limited basis in order to enjoy your home. I don't want to interfere with that, and I would want, and I would almost consider like 15 sheriffs of all of you guys, because everyone, I'm saddened to hear what impact my house has had on you guys, and I don't want that to continue, and so therefore I want you guys to have my cell number. I don't want you to hesitate. I hear my phone in the daytime, I hear my phone at night. When I do have people staying there, I'm only 2 miles away. I can be there immediately, I can shut it down, and I would do so immediately. And because I don't take lightly any of your guys' comments, I am not looking to ignore your comments. I'm looking to do something about it. As a matter of fact, I have, as I mentioned, I have ordered a sound indicator for the outside yard, so that I'm waiting for it to receive, so that I can be notified of any sounds that carry on that are loud and bothersome and so on and so forth. So I'm willing to do whatever is necessary. As I mentioned in the beginning, I am very serious about scrutinizing the people that are coming in there, and if they're too loud, I want to know about it. I don't want to hide from it or anything else. I want to be the marshal that goes in there, that shuts it down, and if they're not listening to what I had to say, I need to know about that. So I can go in there and I can, and if the sheriffs are too busy, code enforcement, and I hear criticism about the agencies, I'm happy to be that person. To go in there, I don't care what the hour, I'm okay with even kicking them out in the middle of the night. I will not stand for loudness that's gonna be intruding. And as to the Ledbetters, sheer parking, and I apologize for that. I do know that I personally threw a party that I instructed my guests to park on your street. That was a long time ago. That was, and after I heard about it from you guys, any party I ever threw from then on, I kept it on property. In terms of my tenants parking on yours, I have excess parking. And I see who's parked there. I drive by it 2-3 times a day. I know where those cars are parked, and none of them are instructed to go there. And I see my tenants parked where they're supposed to. So if there's any violations, that was on my part, of which I apologize in the past, and I apologize again to you. But I'm hearing that the main complaint is the noise, and I will do everything within my power to, whether this is approved or not, the additional numbers, that I look forward to hearing you as my neighbors complain to me about the excessive noise, so I can go in there and shut it down. I don't want you guys to have to live with that, or even, I have a 17-year-old boy. He throws parties around here. I want to know at any given time, because it's not always, I don't always have renters in there. It's less than 100 days, as I mentioned, but, so I've got.
Pardon me, but if you could wrap up your statement, we need to move on and make our decision.
Okay, thank you. So that's what I want to share with you. Come to me afterwards.
Leave yourself cards, business cards, whatever, so I call you and we'll come up. It doesn't work.
Thank you.
Yes,
Let's,
I'm sorry.
okay, I'm going to take this back to the board now for discussion and possible motion and decision. Michael, I'll start with you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lobb.
Excuse me, Ernie Strelo for the record. I used to be a bouncer. I don't want to kick people out. So, we've had the public comment. We've had folks over here talk. So let's keep it quiet here. Let the board talk, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, again, Michael Sloan for the record. I want to thank Mr. Lobb for coming and so for Mr. Tencher. I want to thank for all the people that spoke and or didn't speak. You know, at first glance, you would look at this property and you would say, hey, this is a tier 3 type of a property. It does have spacing, but what it appears has happened is that the noise and the amount of individuals there is just, it goes further than what you would think it would be. When I went up the road, I physically saw about 4 to 5 houses from visual sight. So part of our task is to take into consideration all these different things as to what's too close and what's not too close. We were given a very difficult job, I think, in making that decision. But as far as the permit, I don't think I can go with the permit, knowing now that actually the second structure doesn't have a permit for the wall, I guess it would be. So I'd be inclined at this time to deny it.
Inclined to decline. Patty?
Thank everyone for coming here, Mr. Log, Mr. Trencher. I agree a lot with what Mr. Sloan said. And at this point, I would not want to approve the tier 3 at 20, possibly leave it at 16 with having the noise monitors installed and looking at the permit in a year. If not, then I would not want this to be a tier 3.
Yeah, this permit expires in March of '23 because of the extended length of time it took to hear this, just so people know. Kurt, Keith?
Keith, Kurt, whatever.
What's his name up there?
I agree with Michael. You know, we've had a lot of issues today. And again, I was not able to go see the house, but from the maps and everything else, to me, this is one of my expected to approve just because of the physical layout. But having heard the public comment, I'm inclined to deny. I am concerned, and I do understand people go out of the country. I understand emergencies happen, but the 180 days is there. I understand the county probably is, half of that with just trying to get these things in order. That'll be much easier in the future. I believe we ought to go back to 10. I would suggest that there are noise monitors placed on that would notify Mr. Lawbar, Mr. Titcher, when there are noise complaints so they can see them. I would also remind them that when they receive a noise complaint from a neighbor, under the code, they are required to report that to the county. But I believe they ought to go back to 10, get the noise under control. And because of the extended length of time since they've been operating as a tier 3, I would suggest they wait a year. But you can apply for a tier 3 in March again, made with some noise. But, you know, I think I could reconsider it if they had noise monitors. If the noise can get under control, we can think about this again, but as of today, right now, I believe we would deny the permit.
Thank you, Keith. I guess I don't have to say anything because you said almost everything I wanted to say. One of the reasons I brought up the expiration of the permit was that because it has a short window before it does expire, I'm in kind of agreement with Keith that we deny the permit and allow them to rectify the problems and the permit issues and that kind of thing as far as the building. And then if they want to come back in March on their renewal date, maybe request a tier 3. That would be my thinking. At this point, I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we deny the Tier 3 special use permit for 1211 Highway 50 Zephyr Cove.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to deny this tier 3 permit. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Okay, all those in favor of denying the permit for tier 3 SUP for 1211 Highway 50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I believe that's a 4-0 to deny the application. So this, you'll be getting a letter from the county and letting you know what your occupancy and whatnot is, and Mr. Strela will get in touch with you. Thank you, everybody, for your.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we take a break?
Yes, please.
Of course.
Can I just get a phone
Okay.
number for a compliance person?
We're
I
gonna,
don't have that.
we're gonna take, we're gonna take a break so you can ask us any questions you want. We'll be back at 20 minutes.
This is my supervisor.
20
I'm Debbie.
10 minutes.
Hi, Debbie.
Nice to meet you.
Let's get this baby moving. Linda has to eat dinner. She has a lot of speeches to give us. You guys ready? Am I hired?
We're gonna bring this back to order. And since we started by number 4, I am going to now take item number, I gotta find it. Okay, I'm gonna go to agenda item number 2, which is Barton Drive, 314 Barton Drive. Okay, let me get the page number for my peoples here. Is it agenda?
266?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody has to talk about it.
Okay, so this is for possible action, discussion on a Tier 3 VHR special use permit application. The subject application is for a 6-bedroom home, 12-person occupancy located at 314 Barton Drive, State Line, Nevada. The owners are Christopher and, oh, I'm gonna get this wrong. All right, thank you. Who currently have a Douglas County issued VHR permit, account number 084000469, APN number 131918414-006. Mr. Strelo.
So I'm gonna need your help on how to pronounce the name again. Hang on.
You can say Hertha, it's okay.
Ernie Strelo for the record.
But it doesn't matter.
Ernie Strelo for the record. On 5/27 of this year, Christopher and Hertha Aren began the process of commencing the VHR permit renewal process located at 314 Barton Drive, Zephyr Cove. The old permit had an occupancy of 12 with 6 bedrooms. The new permit application is for 6 bedrooms with a maximum occupancy of 12 again. Christopher and Hertha Aren received approval for a Tier 3 permit 084000469 on August 1st of this year, pending the outcome of the VHR board decision. Within 180 days from this renewal date, if this SUP permit is denied, they can operate as a Tier 2 with 10 occupants. If a Tier 3 is approved, the permit will continue with the operation of the home unless the details of the permit are modified or the property is sold. And I will pass it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, obviously you're here. So would you like to come up and give us a statement? Let's see. I have to get
Do I
myself
need to
in.
sign in here?
Nice and cozy now.
And everyone has a seat now.
You want these lights on or are you okay?
I promise, so my name is Hertha. Sorry, it's a difficult name. Hertha is fine too. I'm German, as you can hear from my accent. But we relocated from Germany to California, San Luis Obispo County in, 17 years ago. And we actually come to the area skiing. Our son, who is now 19, and I just joked, he will never rent my house ever with his crowd. He learned skiing here. Anyhow, I keep it very crisp. I don't make it as long, so bear with me. And I don't have that much to say really either. So when we purchased the property in 2017, it was actually licensed for 14. And we took over the property and we reduced the occupancy to 12. And we've been running this property now for over 5 years with 12. We have 6 bedrooms, 4 baths, and so far it went really, really well. We have like 150 5-star reviews. I target the house specifically to families and multi-generations. Even before you came up with the 25 minimum age, I already had that implanted in my on my VRBO post because I didn't want to have young people. So far, I got along with my neighbors. We never had a complaint or disturbance. That makes me really happy because for us, it's not just a vacation home. I come every quarter. It's our second family home. It's decorated with personal items, and I want guests that appreciate that. And I don't want to have a party who ruins our inventory. The house is about 2,800 square feet. So it's a spacious house, and I think, talking about the house, I would not think of anybody complaining that this is not big enough for 12 people. To cut to the chase, I think the problem is the parking. I have a parking deck, and I have printouts, but only 8. And this is how we used to park, and I had this provided so to demonstrate. So we have a parking deck here. This looks like when we park 3 cars on the parking deck. The new ordinance has now other restrictions, and according to the restrictions, my parking deck is like 2 feet or 2.5 feet, not wide enough. I can't argue with it. These are your rules. It doesn't make any sense to fight rules. So I have a permit that I received in summer for 2 cars. And to deal with that, for the past couple of months, it's not that long since my hearing here today, what I did is, and you can actually read it, and I have it printed also for you on my VRBO advertising. In my description, I say from the very beginning that I have a permit for 2 cars, and that I'm willing to pay for the 3rd car a $25 fee that they can park the car in a casino, parking garage, or anywhere in town. That's how I try to compensate. Before I was here again, I broke my leg in March, had a skiing accident, so sorry I was in bed. But now I'm here standing, took my first hike today, and I actually want to change this. So again, I pay $25 per night for the 3rd car for my guests. But I actually have an agreement, which I can leave you a copy with that, with Storewise, which is right down Upper Kingsbury on the right, and I rented a parking space there. So my guests can unload their luggage, and then they can store their 3rd car on a parking lot. I made this agreement with him yesterday because I don't want my guests driving through South Lake Tower trying to find parking for their 3rd car. So I want to encourage this, and I think people will adapt that. So this way, I think I found a solution for the 3rd car. I also just want to give you some facts. So my property, and I think the noise detector, which is also part of a Tier 3 mandatory item, I'm actually very excited about it. We have one in the family room where people gather, and we have one in the back where people gather too. So I have the noise aware. I have 2 bear cans, which makes it 2 bear boxes, which makes it 6 cans for my guests to make sure they have enough opportunities for their trash and don't have to bug the neighbors. I also provide rental rules to my guests at the very beginning, where I give them all the rules. I have basically 24-hour emergency. I have a property manager, Tom Sloan, that I hired, and I also have an emergency contact, my housekeeper, and who lives in Paso, that's where I live, lives in Tahoe, and she is very, very responsive and resolute. So far, that wasn't needed, but my neighbors know, they have her phone number, that if there is ever a complaint, that we will act immediately. Again, this is also our 2nd home, and we don't want this to be trashed. So, just to go back to some of the facts. So, I have the no party rule. And I also only advertise on VRBO because I noticed that when you go on Airbnb, it's a much younger crowd. they're a little bit wilder. So in my experience, the VRBO crowd is a little bit older. The reason why I come here is, and I was really contemplating if I should do it, but all I'm asking is I want to do what I did good for 5 years, 12 people, I help with the car situation, and the reason why I want this is because my clientele are families, they are multi-generations, and I just want to give them the opportunity. I have toys in the house for the kids, I have a chair for the babies, and it makes me very happy. As I said, I have 150 5-star reviews from families. I can share all this information with you if you want to see this, the rental agreement. I have a snow removal always organized every year, and I signed another contract starting November 1st for snow removal. So I don't want my guests to be unsafe. I don't want my guests to shovel snow. So I think I did everything to run this properly. And that's all I have to say, and I hope I can continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I will take it to the board if they have questions or comments for the permit holder. And you can all struggle with her name.
Yeah, that's okay. Do you want copies of the stuff I mentioned?
No,
Because,
we can't right now.
Okay, it's okay.
Autograph for the record. I have a question for you. On the one picture that county staff did that said the parking reminder, it said that street parking is strictly prohibited by
Yes.
Douglas County, et cetera.
Yes.
And illegal parking. Do you have another sign there in the house that
Oh,
says
yeah.
that you have this additional?
Yes, I have a
parking
little
spot?
sign in the house, no street parking allowed. It is right by the door. And I have it in my guest book, and I have it in my rental rules.
But do you have a sign stating that you have this additional parking spot for them and where it's located?
So when people book my house, first they know, as you can see from the VRBO post, I tell them already, 2 car, 3rd car, contact me, off-site parking, and I support you with $25. Then when they book my home, I send them an email and contact or talk to them on the phone, depending on my workload, and I say, okay, this is the deal, and this is how we can fix that problem. And I actually went to people that booked my home and asked, because you get bookings ahead of time, and I told them, if parking is a deal breaker for you, then I will accept your cancellation and you get your money back. So I have a steady correspondence with my clients. I'm pretty organized when it comes to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Keith, are you still out there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I meant to check with you when we started the meeting, so I wanted to make sure you heard everything.
No, I was back on time, nobody else was.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. Michael, do you have something? Or?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want you to know, Mickey and I drove up to your house in a blinding snowstorm on Saturday. So we saw what we can only see from the car. We actually didn't get out on this particular one. So I wanted to ask you, you live out of town most of the time. Tom Sloan, by the way, no relation to me, is your licensed property manager?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
What is his relationship? What does he do for you? Does he do the booking? Does he meet the
No,
people? What
no.
what does he do for you?
So I do the booking myself, and to be very honest with you, I hired a property manager because you wanted me to. I don't need one. I'm very organized. I do the final, when you work with VRBO, they send the invoicing out and stuff. I manage it because I'm picky. I'm a little bit OCD, my son says. But I hired Tom Sloan, and he actually was very, very helpful preparing my property for Tier 3, and had conversations with him, email exchange. So, he just helped me also to prepare because I'm not local and I didn't want to miss out on information. On top of that, is he my emergency contact? His name is in the book, so people know they can call him for an emergency. Do I need him? Not really, because I have my lady there, and we are amazing team. But on the other hand, I have his expertise, and I'm grateful, and yeah, we are in contract.
And the lady you mentioned, this is Jill?
Jill Nestroy, they're both certified, by the way. Even my poor husband had to do it, and he wasn't.
And so between Tom Sloan's management company and Jill, those are your two emergency contacts?
Yes, they're not related, no.
No, I understand that. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here.
Yeah.
So you, sounds like you've tried to take care of the parking situation. Do you ever have Jill or Tom Sloan go up to the property Friday night and see if there's 4 or 5 cars that are parking on the driveway?
Yeah, actually, I don't have 4 or 5 cars parking there, absolutely not. And Jill, and I think my neighbor would have an eye on that too if I had to speak. They are, I mean, I have to say one thing. So the house is located in a cul-de-sac. On the one side of my house it's a conservation area, so I disturb the bears maybe, you know, or the squirrels, but, you know. On the other side, there is an A-frame house that is only partially, people are living there. It's their private vacation home. I don't think they are renting it out. They have sometimes family members there that I believe can be louder than my guests, but that's okay. We all get along. And behind my property is like nothing, you know, it's woods and rocks, and so, but we were, when we purchased the house in 2017, I believe we were the only vacation rental in the cul-de-sac. So in the meantime, there are a lot of changes in the neighborhood. New people purchased, others sold. So there is a second, and you know, you see that in your map, there's a second vacation rental across from us. And then I believe the gray house, I don't know, my neighbors are here. Is that a vacation rental? No, okay. So, yeah. So, and then I don't know, and then you go up, you know, it's Barton Drive, which can be a little bit steep in the snow, I get that. And then there is also Barton Court, which is actually steeper up the hill, and there are a bunch of houses, and I don't know, I think there must be another vacation rental or two, but I don't know for sure. How did I get there to all that?
I don't know how you got there, but, that's okay, more information's better. So the A-frame house,
Yeah.
how does that person access their road? Is there a road coming up, or?
No, the A-frame house is the same, it's Barton Drive, they're at the
Okay.
very end, and they have, I mean, they have a very small entry, stairs down to their property. The A-frame is pretty low, located pretty low down. They have maybe 1 parking spot if you are tolerant and don't bug them with the space, because they hardly have any space, and they have no trash bear box. But
Okay, but that's fine. I just wanted to know
the same.
how that person gained access to their house. It
No,
seems
they
like-
access it
Yeah.
from Barton,
Okay.
yeah, from the cul-de-sac and.
That appears to be the closest residence to
Yes.
you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And again, and they only use it part-time, so there is no permanent, I don't think a permanent resident could live there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Michael. Keith?
Yeah, I still, I have a problem with the parking. You know, if it was 2, I just don't think you're necessarily gonna have 6 people per car all the time. A lot of people, you know, some people meet in Tahoe, and what 2 cars for 12 people means, you have to meet and then come to Tahoe. I'm a little concerned about 318 Barton, which is 56 feet away, which seems to be very, very close. One is 114, which is kind of on the edge. But most of mine, you know, there was one trash complaint several years ago, but really mine is the parking and how we're going to deal with this when you're allowing for off-site parking. But I do think the code was modified to allow for other parking situations, and maybe that's what this is. But I don't have any direct questions.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Yeah, the parking thing, was troublesome to me as well, and I actually think you're very clever what you've come up with. Yeah, and I do think right now the code does allow for off-site possibility of parking. And of course, that could change someday, but right now I think it's something that's allowed. That was really my only question, was about the parking. I didn't think it was adequate. So with that said, and if everybody's through with their questions, I'd like to call for public comment. Okay? So, do we have public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Shall I sit down here?
Yes, you will. You can sit down. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. And then just sign your name and state your name and spell your last name.
While she's walking up there, Ernie Strelo for the record on the A-frame.
Yes.
You were talking about? When I was there, I took a lot of these pictures. It was all boarded up. The whole thing was boarded up, and the person that met me there, I think was Jill.
Jill, yes.
Yes. Yes, it was, she had told me that there hadn't been anybody there for a couple of years or something like that, is that?
No, I'm Joe was there not long ago. When was Joe there?
He was just there.
Yeah.
A month ago. Yeah. He comes up every so
Yeah,
often.
it's hard to see.
He
The
did
parking
the
comes
wood.
off and then it drops down. You gotta take the path down and.
He
he's
put
got
the
a-
wood up because a bear broke in, and then he had a
Oh,
break in.
okay, that's not what I was told. but okay.
Oh, somebody broke in and stole tools.
Okay.
Something.
Okay, state
Oh.
your name
I
and
need
your
my
timer, and the timer stop. The
Okay.
time will start.
Stephanie DeCipio, DESIPIO. So I live across the street at 325 Barton, and my main concern is just the parking. So this summer, I know they're allowed to have the two cars in the driveway but there's more. They bring people, they come, so it was down, all the way down the street, and I have kids, and it's hard for them to get out. We bought in the cul-de-sac for the kids to ride their bikes, and it's just very congested. There's a lot of people in and out, so my main concern is the parking. And then in the winter, because you can't park on the street and I know she came up with the spot, but in reality, people don't listen. It's like teenagers. You tell them not to do something and then they go do it. So that's my biggest thing with the kids, and it's congested and the parking, and that's my main concern with it's safety, the snow, because we are one of 4 full-timers. I'm the only full-timer in the cul-de-sac, and then up on Barton Court, there's only one other full-timer. So there's a lot of vacation rentals, which is hard having a family because it means there's no neighbors. Your kids can't meet a lot of other children, so can be isolating, and then on top of it, you have all this congestion of these cars and constant turnover. So it's busy, and my kids, they're out there, then we have to come back up the driveway just so there's more people coming in, and if they come in late at night, so it gets tight and it's hard. So that's my main concern. Other than that, everybody she has rented to, they have been nice, but it's congested, so that's the main concern. That's it.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
My name is Ruth Kaywood, Caywood, I live at 639 Lookout in Zephyr Heights. So this has to do with no one in particular. My feelings on VHR, especially as it pertains to Tier 3, these are our homes. We have saved all of our lives. This is our dream home. We've retired here. We have constant new neighbors. We live in a wonderful community. People, we walk, we talk to each other, and yet all these...
Pardon me just a moment. Right now, this public comment is for this
Just on this one?
specific one. There will be closing public comment that you could speak to.
I thought it was just...
Yeah,
okay.
no, I apologize
Right,
that you're...
apologize.
Yeah, but I need to stick to my...
Now I get to do it all over again.
Okay, let's all... We have practice now. Okay, public comment on Barton. Didn't I know you?
Thank you, ma'am. My name's Ben Gates. I live on corner of Barton and Andrea, so basically the leeway in and out of the whole section and the court. My concerns is traffic. the traffic's pretty crazy. There's 6 vacation rentals in this little complex. Like, it's 2 small streets, and there's 6 vacation rentals there. And I'm on the in and out. We're full-time, so the only full-timers are myself and Steph, which you just met. We're the only full-time residents. And it comes down Barton, it comes down to Andrea. And it's steep. People from out of town don't have snow tires, don't know how to drive in the snow, come sliding down that hill. I've almost been hit by a car doing that. So that's my concern. Noise and everything like that's not my concern. I have a mountain in between, so I can't even comment on that. The parking in summer, I've always seen cars. They and not just from this particular, but just from all of them, they circle both cul-de-sacs. The top and the bottom are circled in cars in summer. So the traffic is my concern, and it gets really. Steph has kids. We all have dogs. They're across the road from us. Are full-time residents. They don't own it. They are renting full-time. They have a dog. We have dogs. We walk up and down the street in winter, and there's been a couple of close calls. So the traffic's the biggest thing, and the more people, the more traffic, and it gets quite crazy with those 2 little streets. So thank you. That's about all I got to say.
Any more public comment on this property? Or this agenda item, I guess?
John Evelyn, Edelen. Haven't talked to you guys for a couple meetings, so you got off easy. I just want to punch up the relevant code. All I know is 640, because when you scroll through a computer, you didn't label any of the pages. It says the owner must, by written agreement, limit all tenant parking to on-site and other designated parking areas, period. And so there's no provision for extra parking anywhere. And then you're kind of all over the map where you have your annual vacation home rental permit. It says all parked vehicles must have parking passes and must be on site, period. Okay? And then they go on to say something about from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. But what more is there to say about period? And then make exceptions on the same friggin' form. So here's a picture from your stuff, so you can see, and you probably took this, Ernie. And I took pictures with 2 vehicles on there, and I measured them with the 6 foot that you need to walk to get to the staircase there. You got 25 feet to park on, so I understand where your 2 vehicles.
You can show the audience.
Rule comes in.
What piece of my property? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a better one. You want to have mine?
That was in the packet, yeah.
Yeah, Ernie Strelo for the record, there's actually a picture of that in the packet.
Yeah.
And I did measure it. It was 30 feet wide, 20 feet deep.
Yeah, you're within
It's 2
half
cars.
a foot of how I measured it. Now, as far as what Ben said, and I have addressed the Barton Court issue before, there's 3 vacation rentals in a row. Now, if you go down to the end of Barton Drive, it's sort of contiguous, because now you've got 2 more vacation rentals with only Stephanie's house in between. And here's sort of what it looks like. Those are all vacation rentals, and there's my little property. That's my little view of the world. And then I'm right across from Ben's where they all come down the hill.
Okay, you're gonna have to do your.
You can have.
No, they can't, actually, for a couple
You have to show it for it. So here's what it
30
looks like.
seconds.
All those pink things are vacation rentals. And there's
30 seconds.
And there's 5 of them. And it says something about there's 11% coverage. Well, I call that more like 40% coverage up in my neighborhood, because that's my little window on the world. And I will add that the CCNRs for Kingsbury Village number 6 say single-family residents only, no businesses. And I will bring that in at a later date.
we'll have that talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Dangler, and I just wanted to agree with that. I mean, to have someone go off-site to park they're not going to do it. I mean, just basic common sense. It's nice that you pay for it, it's nice that you're willing to create that for people, but, you know, I see what happens in my neighborhood, where the cars are all parked on the street, which is illegal, and of course, the sheriff doesn't do anything about it, so nothing ever happens. But to have an off-site parking that you pay for, that person's gonna park in that little tiny cul-de-sac. And if they're not, they're gonna shuttle back and forth and make the traffic increase. I don't think that's appropriate.
Thank you.
And your presentation was lovely, and what you're doing is lovely.
Do you have public comment?
Yes, I just have a question.
Well, you can use the time for public comment, and we may answer the question.
Okay.
I don't
So, hi, my name is Kelly
There's
Kranz.
just put your name on it.
And I'm just kind of asking, as a person that comes to the area to travel, that would potentially use some of the Airbnbs. And so my understanding is that in her situation, it was allowed to have 3 cars parked there in the past. What was the purpose that when it appears to have plenty of space for 3 vehicles, did that law change, and when did that happen?
Fire you.
Ernie Strelo for the record. So a legal parking spot in the county is 9 feet wide, 20 feet deep, all right? And there has to be a 6-foot egress for emergency. So the emergency is just so they can get a gurney or whatever, hoses, put up the fire, I don't know. But it has to be 6 feet, so if you do the math, it's 2 cars.
So, but was that
It was
that
changed years
changed?
ago.
How
Changed
many-
years ago.
how many
I don't
years
know
ago?
how you got 3, when you got 3, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
So it was a
All I
prior-
know is that every permit that's coming up for renewal, I'm fixing it.
Okay.
And so yours was too many.
Okay.
For,
Hers
was too many, so I fixed it to match the code.
And then if she were to try to fix the deck to be another 1.5 or 2 feet,
If she wants to expand her parking area and go through that expense, then yeah, we'll come out and measure it and make sure that it meets 3 cars. So, and you get through all the permits, yeah.
Good luck.
Good
It's
luck.
called coverage.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, follow up with what Ernie said, did a great job. Thank you, Ernie. In addition to what Ernie said, relative to parking, there is a provision of code, which is, states basically, basically the owner must by written agreement limit overnight occupancy of the vacation home rental to the specific number of occupants designated on the permit, with the number of overnight occupants not to exceed 2 persons per bedroom. Now, however, waivers pertaining to any occupancy limitations, such as the case here, may be available if the owner provides designated off-site parking within the Tahoe Township. So there is the possibility of having a waiver, okay? First of all, again, it's a waiver. It's not an automatic right. You don't get an automatic sort of extra parking space because you want to provide one. Rather, the board, and this is another provision which says, the number of parking spaces available on site for more than 10 persons is deemed adequate by the VHR Advisory Board and consistent with this chapter. So, VHR Advisory Board can grant the waiver if they want, if they deem it to be adequate. So they would have to, as part of the determination whether or not parking is adequate, grant you the waiver. Otherwise, you don't have adequate parking as per, okay. But I just wanted to let folks in the audience know that there is an ability to grant a waiver, but it is at the discretion of the board.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Taylor.
Welcome.
Let's bring it back. If there's no more public comment, I'm assuming, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Keith, do you want to start?
Sure. I have a few things. First of all, the reason for local management for non-residents is in the code, and it's real, and it's purposeful. We've seen situations where local management knows if it's snowing right now, and if you aren't here, you don't know what 10 inches of snow looks like, 5 inches of snow looks like. And the description of the relationship with the manager is just not what was envisioned in the code. It was a real property manager, not just emergency contact, because one of the things people don't think about is the emergency contact is for people who are complaining. If I dealt with the owner when I make a reservation, I'm going to call the owner when there's a problem. I'm not going to call the emergency contact because that's not the link I've already made. So this permit, my main concern about the permit isn't the parking. I'll get that in a minute. My real concern is we have a rule that you have to have a local manager, and that was papered over by the hiring of that, but it is not real, it's not substance. They don't take the bookings, they don't manage the cleaners, they don't do what the property manager ordinarily will do. Regarding the parking, there are some concerns. First of all, the density of VHRs. You know, if you go back to what the county commissioners were looking at, these were supposed to be very far removed from other houses. This one isn't. And where normally that is noise, it is also parking. And so not only is this close to other houses, it's close to other VHRs. And so you have a lot of VHRs in this area. I come to the parking, and I applaud, you know, the ingenuity to go out and get one of these spots. One of my concerns is the people aspect of this. If they see that they can get their 3 cars in that driveway, they're going to park those 3 cars in the driveway. It's just human nature. And they're going to block that access for a gurney. And so if someone has a heart attack, or there is a fire, or there is something, we're going to be moving cars instead of responding to an emergency. So my concern is, even though there is off-site parking, and I think we should consider that, my concern still is there adequate parking? Because the density of VHRs in this area, I don't know how far that other spot is. I'm working on the assumption that it's close enough to be convenient for people to park their car and walk. But I do have a concern about parking, but my main one is, we have a requirement for local property manager. And, you know, there was an admission that this property manager exists because that's a condition. The property manager is not fulfilling the duties that we would normally expect of a property manager, which includes being responsible. When it snows, I'm calling the snow removal. When it does, you know, that property manager is in Tahoe. They are looking at this property. They know what people are doing, and their rapid response locally. That's my concern about this one. Is really the manager parking minor. We did not hear from neighbors about noise, which was interesting. Would have been good. But those are my concerns about this.
Thank you, Keith.
May I comment or not allowed?
I need to let the board
Okay.
continue. Keith, no, you're done. You know, without everyone here, I can't remember names. Michael, Patty, comments?
Patty Graf from the record. I concur with, what he said, with the parking issue, and, I commend the property owner for doing that, but I just can't see when people come in, if they could squeeze 3 cars in there rather than, just the 2, and having the inconvenience of going down there to wherever it is, which is gonna be a little bit of a drive. I don't know if it would be walking distance, but I don't think people are gonna be out there walking during the winter.
It's not walking distance. Michael?
So I think excellent presentation. I think you do an excellent job in trying to maintain. Well, I was a little concerned when I asked you about your relationship with Tom Sloan, the property manager, and if he goes up and checks on things, and maybe your neighbor does, Jill. But I do have.
Jill is not my neighbor. Jill is my housekeeper.
Okay, thank you. But I do feel like that area is impacted with some other VHRs that have other cars too. It's not your fault, but they're just cars everywhere, and I think one of the neighbors may have mentioned that that's the problem. It's just cars. It's in a cul-de-sac. Like I say, we went up in this snowstorm, and it was just less than an inch at the time, but it was dicey, you know, and.
Because I was driving.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but I just feel that this it'd be better to keep it as a tier 2.
Thank you, Michael. My comments are very similar. You know, I looked at this. I think you're doing a fantastic job of preparing for today. My only comments before I heard public comment was that the parking is just not adequate for a tier 3. And I still feel strongly about that, especially in that area where you're at high altitude. So I would entertain a motion at this time.
Madam Chair, I'd like to entertain a motion that we deny the Tier 3 special use permit at 314 Barton Drive.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Oh, thank you, Keith. Okay, I have a motion and a second to deny the Tier 3 application for 314 Barton Drive. All those in favor of denying this application indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Say 4-0 denying this application. Thank you. Is everybody okay to move on? I'll go to agenda item number 1.
Can I have one question? So when does it go into effect?
You will be contacted by Mr. Strelo, and he'll give you all that information.
Okay.
Okay, and thank you.
Okay.
Okay, agenda item number 1 for possible action, discussion on a Tier 3 VHR special use permit application. Is this gonna spill or anything? Okay, sorry. The subject application is for an 8-bedroom home, 16-person occupancy located at 230 Terrace View Drive in State Line. The owners are Douglas and Sandra Kraus, who currently have a Douglas County issued VHR permit, account number 08400-990, APN 131823710030. Turn this over to Mr. Strelo.
Ernie Strelo for the record. On 7/1/22, Douglas and Sandra Kraus began the process of commencing the VHR permit renewal process located at 230 Terrace View Drive, State Line. The previous occupancy was 20 for 8 bedrooms. The new permit application is 8 bedrooms with a maximum occupancy of 16. Douglas and Sandra Kraus received approval for this Tier 3 permit on July 10th, pending the outcome of the VHR advisory board decision within 180 days from this renewal date. If this special use permit is denied, they can operate as a Tier 2 with 10 occupants. If a Tier 3 is approved, the permit will continue with the operation of the home owned by Mr. and Mrs. Kraus unless the details of the permit are modified. Or the property is sold. So the VHR advisory board has the opportunity to approve the application on a Tier 3 SUP up to 16 people at 230 Terrace View. Given that the required findings have been met and given the contents of the staff report and attached documents of public comment, and subject to the condition applicant works with staff to ensure that noise monitors are properly installed. Alternatively, in the event the VHR advisory board believes the Tier 3 permit requirements have not been met, the VHR advisory board may, 2, deny the application to obtain a Tier 3 special use permit with maximum occupancy of 16 people at 230 Terrace View Drive, State Line, based on the inability to meet the required findings. And with that, I will pass it to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strelo. All right, Terrace View. Mr. and Mrs. Kraus? I believe we've met you at a few of the meetings.
Hopefully that's a positive memory.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Kraus, and I'm the owner and manager of 230 Terrace View Drive. I would like to thank the board for their time and dedication, and I would also like to thank Ernie and Bonnie and Chris for working with me to complete my permit application. There are a few things which I would like to point out regarding our property. First, I'm very selective with the guests that I approve. The primary renter at our property must be at least 35 years old. I know that in the bylaws it says 25, but I don't want those younger renters, so my minimum is 35. I do not accept parties of any kind, including bachelor parties, weddings, or student-only groups. I have declined requests for a bachelor party, a wedding, a group of high school kids from LA, and a group of lifeguards in their 20s. Of the guests that I have hosted, 69% are families, 57% were multi-generational families, and one family had 4 generations represented. I have been proactive in using technology to address noise and parking. I have a camera installed over the garage so I can see where people are parking and can address any issues that arise. I have also installed noise monitors in July of 2021. I chose to go with NoiseAware since they have outdoor monitors, which other companies do not. NoiseAware has just recently added an occupancy alert to their technology. It alerts me if a large number of people are gathering at the house. I have had no noise alerts for the past 6 months since my occupancy has been 16. I know NoiseAware works because I received a noise alert during one of my guest stays. I immediately contacted them and asked them to keep the noise down. They apologized and asked me to apologize to the neighbors as well. When I approached my neighbor, they said they hadn't heard anything. I have installed privacy panels on both ends of the deck. These not only provide privacy for our neighbors, but they also act to dampen sound. An example of the privacy panel located by the hot tub can be seen on page 239 of the packet. I have house rules posted by the main door, and in the event of an incident, I live a half a mile away, and I can reach the property within 5 minutes. I have met my neighbors and have given them my phone number. This past spring, I completed a thorough defensible space project according to the recommendations of the Douglas County Fire Department. Before beginning the project, I consulted with my neighbors on either side of me. And to clarify, I have had 8 bedrooms all along. I know it said that there was 7 in the packet. One of the bedrooms was not circled, so there are 4 bedrooms on each, the 2nd and 3rd floor. And I advertise 8 bedrooms. I know that in one point it said 9. That was my fault. On my evacuation plans, I had made those out when I had 9 bedrooms approved. When they took that bedroom away, I just forgot to change that. And so I have addressed that, and those changes have been made on all of the evacuation plans. And I also want to address the parking restrictions that we had. We had been approved for 5. Beginning of July, I was informed that we were down to 4. And I talked with Bonnie, when they sent out my permit, it still said parking permit 5. I actually, if you look really close at the permit that photo that Ernie took of my permit that I have posted, I actually crossed out the 5 and wrote 4. And so everywhere that I have posted, it is 4, not 5. So I have followed all of the Douglas County regulations, and I would like the opportunity to continue providing a place for extended families to gather while also continuing to be a good neighbor. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus. Did you have a statement?
Yeah, I was just going to build a
Go
little
right
bit if I
ahead.
could. I'll keep it short. So advisory board members, VHR program staff, first responders, and guests. Echoing my wife's thanks to all of you serving here today, all of you in attendance. This is a difficult and an important process. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Building just a little bit briefly on my wife's comments. You know, my understanding of one of the main things we're trying to do here is at least to a first order, weed out, you know, the so-called party houses or bad apples. And, you know, clearly with, you know, what my wife just described and, you know, what I've experienced as we've gone through this journey, we've taken every step we can to not be one of those bad apples and party houses. You know, of course, we're always willing to accept feedback and to adjust, because we are here to be, you know, an asset to the community. We're not here to take away. You know, we think we provide a lot. I know my wife runs our property with care, well within the rules. She puts in many hours to keep current, you know, as you guys have seen, the regulations are changing, you know, constantly, like we just said, with the permit and everything. She's been also an early adopter of technology, as she said. You know, we try to get on the leading edge of this stuff right after we purchased it, and with Noise Aware, we're confident that we're getting one of the best technologies available, because to our knowledge, still today, they're the only ones that have a certified outdoor detector. We looked at the MI and UT, I'm not sure if you say minute or minute or whatever, but per minute. I looked at their stuff after I heard about it at one of these meetings, and they still don't claim to have an outdoor certified one. They're all indoor. And of course, you know, for noise to travel to the neighbors, it's got to go outside. So we like the benefit of that technology, because we get an outside alert and we can quickly look at our inside too to see if it seems to be coming from our house, or, you know, did something happen in the neighborhood. And as my wife said, it's already been very effective. One of the things I'd like to address a little bit is this, you know, 100-foot rule. And I know there's a lot of ambiguity given to the board in doing their job, and it's not easy to say, well, what's the proper spacing? You know, I'm an electrical engineer by training at Stanford, and an engineer for over 35 years at a Fortune 100 company, and I had to go bone back up again on decibels, you know, because the formula involves logarithms and exponents and whatnot, and so it's difficult. You know, I just always like to understand sort of the scientific basis behind things, right? It's both a bug and a feature in me, I think. And you know, so as I was looking back through it and everything, you know, basically every 6 decibels is a doubling of sound, right? So if you double your distance from the source, basically what you've ended up doing is cutting the power of that sound in half. So for example, if the sound is about 5 feet away from the noise detector or the sensor, it will be reduced by 75% as it travels another 15 feet. You know, basically it'll 5 to 10 and then 10 to 20. And basically that's, you know, while that's not, of course, going to stop a loud party from making it to your neighbors, I think it's important that there's a little bit of science, or, you know, I'd be happy to, we talked to a co-founder of Noise Aware, and I'm not trying to sound like a Noise Aware commercial, but they're very willing to meet with the board or meet with the Board of County Commissioners to go through some of the ways that, you know, their technology or other companies' technology, of course, could be used to kind of manage this very important and yet very hard to measure, you know, type of issue, right? I mean, another interesting thing with decibels, right, is there's over 1 million levels of sound in between 0 and 120 decibels, which is the scale, right? So that's the exponents that are involved here, right? And so, you know, I was just kind of interested in the science behind this 100-foot rule. I mean, I know more space is better, but so rather than, you know, focus too much time on that, of course, what we've been focusing on is, our concern is, let's address it at the source. Then we don't have to worry about, you know, is 100 feet enough, is 40 feet enough? And that's why we've been emphasizing Noise Aware. Let's see, I think I already covered most of this stuff. As you can see in the presentation from Noise Aware that they gave us in a 90-day program in the town of La Quinta, in California, noise incidents were dramatically reduced over a 90-day period in which they were employing not just Noise Aware's technology, but I think the other companies' technology as well. My wife's already discussed, we've experienced some of the benefits of this. Also, the other thing I like about this technology is should there be a noise complaint, we can also, basically help with verifying what the noise levels were, right? Because we can make our logs available. So which should address kind of the, sort of, well, now it's quiet kinds of concerns, right? Because I could see where, people are like, oop, when I was young, we were having a party, oop, mom's coming or some parents coming, be quiet, right? So the noise can be, reviewed, and the log is there. So, kind of to summarize, there's no record of noise complaints, and we're proactively managing noise at our property. I ask that we not be guilty vis-a-vis the 100-foot rule when we have a lot of evidence that we're not guilty of a noise problem. Regarding maximum occupancy limits during the day, we do not allow parties and events and do not want anywhere close to 50 people in our home. I mean, I can imagine what that would do to the house and parking and everything else. Something on the order of a few people more than the maximum overnight occupancy limit would help, certainly, because there are times we have caterers in, or we have, a private chef will come in for the guests. So I would like, the board to kind of consider that, as I know you're considering modifying the rules. If 16, for example, is the maximum occupancy, you bring in a couple of caterers, are you, in violation of that? That kind of a thing. But certainly we're not interested in having 50 people, in our homes. And those were just kind of the main points I wanted to make. Thanks so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Pass. Okay, I have a few thoughts, but I'm going to save them in case they become redundant. I'll start with you, Michael.
Okay. Public comment?
Seems like I'm the.
Well, we have to ask him questions.
Oh, okay.
So you've been
I
gone.
thought you were doing the, never mind. Apologize.
Hey, you're on my 3 minutes here.
That's me. It was me. It was me.
He's just been away too long.
Sorry.
Two meetings and look at you.
Yeah, I've fallen apart.
Okay.
May I go now, Mr. Taylor?
This would
You
be
may.
questions for staff or for the permit holders.
Okay. Okay, hey, thank you for your presentation. So, Sandy, do you manage your advertising?
Yes.
Okay, might want to check the verbal ad, I didn't see the permit number on it.
Oh, I thought I had that on there, but yes, I
Just
will.
check
I will
that
double
out.
check.
I
Yes.
went to every tab I could find and I couldn't find it.
Okay.
Let's see here. So you manage this property, correct? Do you manage any other properties? Okay. And you live, what, 5 minutes away, you mentioned?
Yes.
At another location?
Yes, 6 Catherine Court, so it's just up the hill from Terrace Food Drive.
Oh, just up the hill?
Yeah.
Higher up then?
Yes, yes.
Okay. More scary.
Yes.
That's all right. No, Mickey's a fine driver. So, okay, so you're managing the property. Do you meet the people when they check in?
I don't always. Sometimes I do. It just depends on one, when they arrive, and two, whether they request it. A lot of times, especially now that we've gone through COVID, people don't want you to come in. They don't want that extra contact. So it just kind of depends on the guest and the timing and, that sort of thing.
If you don't meet them when they check in, do you drive by that night or the next morning just to kind of visually check out and see if there's extra cars or people lingering?
I check on my Ring camera, so I can just bring that up and I can look to see exactly where people are parked. And I also try to kind of watch as they're coming in. I try to see how the cars are coming and going, how the people are coming and going, so I can kind of get a feel as to what's going on.
And you have a snow service, I presume, that cleans your driveway?
My chief of my crew does the snow removal for me.
That's not your husband?
No, it's not
No,
my husband.
thankfully.
No.
Thankfully not.
Yeah, so he has a snow blower. He lives in South Lake Tahoe, so he's definitely aware of when we get snow, and he comes up and does that as part of the service.
Okay. And let's see here. So when you have no other, do you have any other emergency contacts? Say, for instance, you rent the house next weekend, and hey, you might want to go to, a party or something like that, or out of town. Who's your backup?
The same person that does my snow blowing, Adrian Franco. He has taken the certificate, and like I said, he lives in South Lake Tahoe, so he is my backup if ever I'm out of town.
Okay, very good. And how long have you had this permit again?
This permit?
Yeah, or how long have you been doing the permit on 230 Sherwood? I mean, Terrace Street, sorry.
We've owned the property for 2 years.
2 years now?
Yeah.
Okay,
June of 2020.
Yeah.
June 20, okay. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Michael. Patty?
I have a question for Mr. Taylor, or Ernie. Isn't it on tier 3s that there should be a licensed property manager?
Sam Taylor, Douglas County DAs for the record. The owner, if they live within Douglas County, has the option of managing the property themselves. They do live within Douglas County, they just live 5 minutes away, so they are entitled to manage the property themselves.
Question for Ernie. On page 234, we have the white car parked there. Is that considered a legal parking spot?
Ernie Strelo for the record, yes it is, and that's my beautiful car. That's my county car.
So actually they could have the 5 with 2 in the car, 2 in the driveway, and this could be considered
No.
So the way, Ernie Strelo for the record, 2 for the garage, 1 for the driveway, 1 for the front of the house.
Okay,
That's why we took a spot away,
okay,
because there wasn't enough room with the egress.
okay. Thank you, that answered my question. You did a beautiful presentation. I really don't have any questions for you. You did so well.
Keith?
Well, I apologize to the permit holders. I am the author of the 100-foot rule. I wish I was there to face you so you could spit on me. The problem with this stuff is people always truncate it. There is no 100-foot rule. And that is something I personally came up with because you were right about noise. Nuisance noise is kind of like pornography. You don't know how to define it, but you know it when you hear it or see it. And in this, so what the 100-foot rule? There's no 100-foot rule. It is a method for me to consider how close you are to others. And so if you are less than 100 feet, I have a rebuttable presumption that noise could be an issue, and I look for evidence to the contrary. However, in the one you saw the first, they were more than 100 feet, but we had a substantial amount of rebuttable information to the contrary. So the 100-foot rule is not a rule. It starts with an assumption that you look for the evidence that may bring it into question. It's similar to parking, right? Because I had a problem with one parking. Yours wasn't necessarily a problem. However, when I read the reviews, you had a person stay there in 2022, and it's interesting when you have a permit, you're doing a great job, you're advertising, everything is going well until other people get involved. So Kelly P says this is an amazing property for a large group, especially those with children. A group of 12 adults and 4 children enjoyed the home. Then he goes on to say, this house is incredibly spacious. Several bedrooms and bathrooms were unused and could easily fit more couples. So, it's kind of this idea that, yeah, you're saying 16, but boy, this house will actually accommodate more. Then he goes on to say, the only challenge is the lack of parking. Permits for 4 cars, which is tough when a house can sleep so many of it. And again, I don't know for 4 or 5, but this person who brought, again, family units with 4 children, babies, is having a problem with 4 cars. So while we can assume that everyone congregates that comes to Tahoe, we have evidence after evidence after evidence that people congregate in Tahoe. They come in, they leave the house, they have a lot of cars. Now, your ad also, VRBO, also talks about overflow parking. And if I understood the pictures correctly, that's some forest land just slightly down from your house. My concern is that that area is probably going to be full of snow in the winter. If your permit is approved, I would suggest you take that overflow parking out because I'm not sure how gonna be available to people. My understanding, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that, you know, that overflow parking appeared to be forest land, with a little cutout. And, you know, again, if it's snowing, you're not gonna be able to park there. Now, so those were my issues. I wanted to explain the 100-foot rule. And so I start, with 228 Terrace is 22.4 feet away. 234 Terrace View is 39.1 feet away. I'm looking for evidence to rebut that. I think it's very dense in this area. It'll be interesting to see if we have public comment. That'll be evidence to rebut that presumption. Your noise monitors, if they're up and working, would also be information to rebut that. And by the way, you know, our problem with the noise monitor, you mentioned how quickly noise dissipates. Very, very true. I wouldn't mind a noise monitor. I don't know how close your property line is to the house. It's 22.4 feet away, but if you wanted to move it out to the property line, you could get a waterproof monitor out there. I wouldn't mind measuring the decibels that far away either, because I do understand, again, nuisance noise is incredibly, incredibly difficult to define. So those were my issues. I don't really have complaints. I'm looking for public comment. I do think it's possible to have such strict check-in procedures that you can limit this. I will note that one person says there's no sound system, so it's recommended to bring a portable speaker if you want to listen to music. Hopefully that's inside and not on some part of your house that's 22.4. And unfortunately, I guess this is my one question. I was unable to drive and see your property. When you look at these two houses, 228 Terrace, 234, that are 39.1 and 22.4, where are your exterior locations, decks if you have them, hot tubs if you have them, where are those in relationship to these two houses, which are both within 40 feet?
The one outdoor one is on the upper deck, which is right next to the hot tub, and which is by 234. And then I have another one down at the very lower level, which is closer to our other neighbor.
Another noise monitor.
Another noise monitor, yes. So I have two outdoor noise
Sorry,
monitors.
my question wasn't with the noise monitors. My question was your outdoor spaces, or when you look at your house I'm on page 229. I hope this is your house. I think it is. On page 229, I can't see where your outdoor spaces are, and if it is towards the back of your property, it's further away, because the 39 is your side to their side.
Right.
Your house juts back further from their windows than 22 feet and 39. So I'm wondering, it looks like your back deck may be further than 22 and 39 feet. Am I looking at this picture right on page 229? The left, the one parting northwest, is that where your decks are?
Our decks look out the back.
We basically have one primary deck straight off the back.
Straight off the back, yeah.
Keith, look at page 236. You can kind of see the deck. I mean, you can see where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like I said, I apologize for not being able to drive and see these. Of course, I wouldn't be able to get back there
Well,
anyway.
you can see the.
I never encroach on people's property. But yeah, that's what the picture looked like to me, so that's what I was assuming.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So 236 is the closest that your deck is to the other home. On page.
230, which was the deck's probably closer to 234. I think.
This one.
Well, no, that's 228.
I know it's hard, Keith, when you don't get to see
Picture with the
it.
no parking sign.
Pardon?
In the picture that has the no parking sign.
Yeah, that's
you
the
can
one
see
I'm
the
talking
back.
about.
Oh, yeah.
They're talking about this one.
Because it looks like the deck is on the back end of, the house is on stilts, right? Or
Yeah, it's built on the hillside,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then there's the house right next to it, and it looks like the patio's right there at the back end of it.
Okay, that's probably, they're probably looking at 234 here. that if the no
Yeah.
parking sign is in
Right,
view, then
there's
yeah.
one in on both of these.
Yeah, okay. Is it by the bear box, the one with the bear box?
Well, my picture's not that big.
Okay, but I mean, your premise is right. The main gathering spot is the back deck, which yes, does go jut out towards the back as the picture describes.
So
it's in excess, I guess my statement is, it's in excess of 22.4 and 39.1 because of the way your house is situated.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, no further questions. I'm just
Thank
looking for public comment.
And I agree with you. I'm looking for public comment too because I don't really have any questions. So with that said, beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, Michael
Yeah,
has.
I had a question for Chris on page 241. You have a picture of a bedroom that I marked as, those windows on the left-hand side, is it the total space of glass you need for a bedroom for egress, or is it per window?
It's per window, it's opening, so it does the opening, does the size of the, sorry, Chris will for the record, does the opening size meet the egress requirements? So if I'm looking at, you're talking about the one with the bed?
Yes, and the two windows on either side of it. They
I
can
can't
look
recall-
very
I can't
large.
recall if those if the windows are casement windows and they wind out, then they would meet it, I can't recall.
Just ask the owner.
Which,
Okay, you can come
I
and
don't know
look
if
at
those are the
it.
main windows in the
I know it.
bedroom either.
See these windows here?
yes,
there
is another window on this side.
Oh.
Is it bigger?
Yes. Yes.
So for those of you in the public, the window she's talking about is over here. Okay.
We'd be
I
happy
lost
to follow
myself.
up and send a picture to that effect.
It's fine.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had one more.
Oh, well, then you.
Combo. So, when you go to what you would think would be the front door, that's not really where your guests go. They go to this door that says entrance, and really that leads to your garage. Is that correct?
Actually, I give them the code for the garage. So the garage door opens and they go in through the garage.
Oh, they don't even go through that
They
entrance?
very seldom use the entrance door, yes. There is, once they get inside the garage, there are keys, so they could use that door, but their first entrance is always through the garage door.
So, so you don't use what I would call the regular front doors? You still shovel it off?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
And that's all I had.
Okay.
Really, that's all I had.
Oh, sure. Patty, did you have anything else?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then what I'd like to do is have you take a seat and I'll ask for public comment, and this is on terrace view, agenda item number 2. No, it's not 2, it's 1 on the, anyway, it's on the terrace view property. I'm never going out of order again. I don't care how much they beg me. Is there any public comment on the terrace view property? Okay. Seeing none,
Wow, this is a first.
I will close public comment on terrace view. Oh, there it is. And bring it back to the board for discussion, motion, vote. At this time, I guess I'd like to say something. This is the most organized packet for a property that I've ever seen. You folks have really gone to a lot of trouble to, cross all the T's and dot all the I's. You've got backup. You've got no complaints. We didn't get any letters. Very unique property for us. The closeness, the 100-foot rule that is not in code. So I just, kind of squirm when I hear that because it's not in code. It is sort of a guideline we've all been kind of looking about for how close things are. It is troublesome that you're close to your neighbors, but a lot of that for me is alleviated because none of them are here and none of them have written a letter or made a phone call or anything that I'm aware of. My suggestion, and this is one person's suggestion, is, you know, I like the property, I like how hard you work at it, but you may not have the same neighbors year after year. So to give a tier 3 that's going to be a tier 3 in perpetuity is not something I could abide by. It would be something I would want to look at every single year, which is really cumbersome for you, but I like the property, I like what you've done, and that would be my caveat. And with that, I'll pass it on to Michael.
Oh, thanks.
Or Patty, or Keith.
I'll take it.
Yeah, well, great minds think alike, and sometimes I just get lucky, but that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Now, about every year, you're advertising, and, you can't stop advertising when your permit is gonna expire. Are you gonna be able to rent for what is this one, 16 or 10? I believe we're still relatively young in this. I think we're coming up on a year. I agree with you, Mickey, about this one, but I do think I would not say that it's going to be every year, because I think that creates a burden about advertising in the future. So I believe we could approve it for this permit and have them come back again. But hopefully, when they come back again, that we could either, and by the way, it might be 2 or 3 years. So that part, I think we could discuss as we work this stuff out. But I would be in favor of approving this permit for this permit cycle and have them come back next permit cycle, with the hope that after that permit cycle, we could do something perhaps a little bit longer. And again, if enforcement is starting to work, then there are ways to pull permits. There are ways, those things will come into play if someone moves in 22 feet away. If both the people move in and have noise complaints, they do have another venue. But I agree with you, and so I would be agreeable to approving this permit for this permit cycle, having them come back again the next year for another cycle. But hopefully that would be something, hopefully they end up having this approval. But we can talk through that later.
Thank you, Keith. Okay, you can't put it off. I have to hear from both of you.
Okay.
Or I need a motion.
Patty Graff, I agree. I think the owners have done just a really wonderful job. I would like to have it cycle through this one, come back next year, and if there's no complaints, they've done such a wonderful job in everything, that not have the public here or comments or anything else. I think that let it go through this cycle. If it's the same for next year, then let them have the tier 3 without review.
Michael?
Okay, so, fantastic presentation. I like them as managers. I feel the board should be consistent with what we have looked at the past about proximity. I think they've done everything they can to mitigate sound, putting up barriers, short of putting sound things on people. But I think the board should be consistent, and we'd be inconsistent if we voted for, to look at it 1 year from now. So I think it should actually be denied, even though I think it's a terrific host.
Thank you, Michael. All right, do I have a motion?
Why don't I do the motion and see if it garners a second?
Go ahead.
Okay?
Go right
And
ahead.
so if it doesn't, then we can proceed a different way. I motion that the Tier 3 special use permit for 230 Terrace View Drive be denied.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? No second, the motion dies. Okay, do I have another motion?
Do a motion.
Patty?
Patty Graff. I motion that 230 Terrace View Drive, State Line, Nevada, receive a Tier 3 permit to cycle for this permit's year and to come to the board for a review of the Tier 3 next renewal.
Thank you, Patty.
I second, but I would like to have a board discussion before a vote.
Okay, I have a second. I have a motion, I have a second. Now we'll take further discussion. Keith?
Michael, I absolutely understand what you're saying. I guess I'm putting this with the very first meeting we had, where I also believe we had one that was closer. But if you remember, they lived 3 houses down. And we did that one for a year as well, because I am very cognizant of what you said, but, you know, we gotta have some consistency, and, you know, this is probably the closest one we would have ever approved. So I absolutely value your opinion, I absolutely see what you're saying. I wish I knew if people, you know, Mickey mentioned that the 2 houses that we're worried about aren't occupied. And I don't know if that's if we know, you know, I don't know if that's true or not, and if that's the reason no one showed up, but they were noticed. I just believe that if we can, you know, if we do it for a year, we have another shot at it. If there are complaints, we can address them. And again, my true desire is for enforcement, that if someone moves in 22 feet away and every weekend there is a noise issue, that the complaint process would allow this permit to be withdrawn. That's my true hope. So Mike, I just want to tell you, because, you know, I don't think you and I have ever voted opposite before, and I absolutely respect your opinion. That's how I got comfortable with the 1-year extension of this. So I didn't want to vote without explaining myself, because I absolutely see the inconsistency we're now doing, approving one that is closer than other ones that we have denied. So I absolutely see your point.
Thank you, Keith. Any further discussion before we go to vote? Okay, so the motion is to approve this Tier 3 at, whatever the address is, at, here it is, 230 Terrace View Drive for a term of, well, until it expires, the current permit expires, and then we'll take a look again at that time. So all those in favor of approving this signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
Wait, okay, so you have 3 to 1. Thank you. Does anyone need a break before I go to Sherwood Drive?
I don't know if anybody would like to take a break, but yes, I need one.
It's okay, it's quickie. We'll just do like 5
5 minutes will work.
5 minutes works, okay. So 4:10.
guys?
Okay, let's do this. I'm losing my people soon.
Linda,
Real quick on this one.
282010.
To me?
No, 20.820.010.
Are you giving code numbers now? You're not doing no part of the public record on 28 something, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask for some public record on that.
Okay, for possible action, discussion on Tier 3 VHR special use permit application. Keith, are you there? I forgot to ask. Keith, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, just checking. The subject application is for a 7-bedroom home, 14-person occupancy, located at 395 Sherwood Drive, State Line, Nevada. The owners are Olga and Timothy Alexander, who currently have a Douglas County issued VHR permit, account number 084-01966, APN 131-8237-10060. Turn this over to Mr. Strelo.
Okay. Ernie Strelo for the record. On May 4th, 2022, Olga and Timothy Alexander began the process of renewing their VHR permit for the unit located at 395 Sherwood Drive, State Line. The previous permit was for occupancy of 14 for 7 bedrooms. The new permit is for the same, 7-bedroom, maximum occupancy of 14. Olga and Timothy Alexander received conditional approval for the Tier 3 VHR special use permit, account number 084-01966, on July 30th, 2022, pending the outcome of the VHR advisory board decision within 180 days. If the Tier 3 permit is denied, they can operate as a Tier 2 with 10 occupants. If the Tier 3 permit is approved, their permit will continue with the operation of the home owned by Olga and Timothy Alexander as a Tier 3 VHR with 14 occupants unless the details of the permit are modified, such as occupancy, number, parking, or the property is sold. It should be noted that Olga resides at this VHR as indicated by her and confirmed by her Nevada driver's license. Olga's driver's license expires, well, it doesn't matter. Olga told the county that she rents her VHR if she stays at the Mont Bleu, now Bally's, or the Beach Chalet. And we'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Strelo. All right, is the applicant here?
Yes.
I have my local contact, emergency contact here too.
Okay.
Oh, and Ernie Strelo for the record, there's also a substantial amount of paperwork that was provided that's in the supplemental packet.
Yes.
So I couldn't get into the house to take pictures or anything, so that's all I have to look at.
Yeah, I made a, I was repairing the deck and I was going crazy and I forgot.
Olga. Okay, you are Olga?
Yeah, I'm Olga
Okay.
Alexander, yeah. And thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry, I'm not a public speaker, so I provided, I wanted to have a slideshow presentation, and instead of that, I want to thank Mr. Strelo that he allowed me to, the supplemental packet was added, pages 28 to 43. And I am Olga Alexander, I'm owner and manager for 395 Sherwood. We have been permitted since 2015. I understand the concerns about approving Tier 3 permits. For this reason, I designed a 6-step rental process to ensure our guests abide by the county ordinances while respecting our neighbors. I rent my house, but I'm also a concerned neighbor. I love this magical area, and it's my intention that my guests keep it pristine. So on the slideshow, slide 2 of the presentation is a map of the area with my closest neighbors. And I'm friendly with the most adjacent neighbor, with all of them that I can, except for a few that I haven't been able to contact. And the closest one is 49 feet away, and I'm in close contact with him. If there's any problems with parking or whatnot, but the 6-step process that I included is first, when we receive the inquiry, we qualify it. We make sure that the guest is not there for any parties, and we advise him of the regulations.
The third step is that once the request is accepted, the guest must approve our first contract. We provide 4 contracts to all these people. So once the contract is accepted and the booking is made, then we send the fourth step would be the second rental agreement, which they electronically sign every clause. With Douglas County regulations, it's 7 pages long. I wouldn't sign that agreement. It's so complicated. I mean, it's so strict because they're accepting that they will have to be monitored and recorded with outside cameras. And also they accept to vacate the premises if they're requested, if they cause any noise or trouble. So the third contract is our welcome packet, which is given to them 1 week prior to arrival. And they have to, again, sign the regulations and their trash, parking, all the ordinances again. And after they sign the third contract, they have a fourth verbal recorded communication where I record the guests stating that they understand the regulations, the no parties, and they must vacate the premises and not to tamper with the video cameras, because we have 4 video cameras located in the parking area, another one in the entrance, another one in the barbecue area, and another one in the deck. And when code enforcement contacts immediately, we go to the video cameras and we send them the video recording so they know there has been no noise or the client had met the requirements. We also have the noise monitors as well. So the next slides show how we qualify the guests through Airbnb or VRBO. And the 6th slide shows how they accept the contract, the first contract. The 7th slide shows that we ask them to please sign the electronic agreement, Panda Dog. The next slide shows how we make them sign the welcome packet that shows again the penalties. And the 4th verbal contract is advised to them by wherever VRBO or NRB is stating that they're going to be called for the final step before the codes are released. So we don't release the codes unless all these steps are gone through. The next slide, which is slide 10, is we use Minute Noise Monitor, and it has a chart of what we have it on 75 decibels, I guess, for on the quiet hours. The Minute Monitor service plus the 4 cameras. The guests sign that they are okay with the exterior cameras and the noise monitor. They agree not to tamper. And like I said, the cameras are located in surrounding the house to see, cars or occupancy. But again, the Minute service allows us, is located inside of the living room. I just requested another one from the outside. But the outside is normally detected with the video cameras, which they also record noise. They have an interesting picture, which is crowd detect, which it counts the numbers of wireless devices, such as phone, tablets, laptops as well. And also, if the alarm sounds, then the guest is notified, all my help, all my local and my assistant, 3 people are notified additionally of the alarm sounding. We immediately contact the guest and we ask him to either stop or we have to vacate the premises. Don't fool around, we tell them they have to vacate. So the next slides show parts of the rental agreement so you understand, and we actually provide the rental agreement also to Mr. Estrella, which he downloaded it. It's one of the pages. And all this rental agreement, which are 7 pages long plus 4 pages on the welcome packet, are signed by the clients, by the guests. Slide number 15 shows our large parking spaces, which actually can fit maybe even 5 or 6 cars, but we're only allowed 4. And I'm not requesting for any extra. And then we give the clients on the welcome packet the official parking pass that has to be installed in all cars. Finally, our team is available 24/7 during rental times to ensure our guests are compliant to county ordinances and house rules by monitoring surveillance devices and noise devices. On the event that the guest is being loud or breaking any rule, we immediately contact the guest who either fixes the issue or, as per contract, we ask him to vacate the property immediately. In conclusion, I have adhered to all requirements in Title 20.622.030 for Tier 3 permits, points 1 to 9.
that would allow me to have a tier 3 permit. I have been proactive, I'm vigilant to protect my neighbors and the county regulations. Please, board, grant me my tier 3 permit application, and I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for that presentation. Is there, did some of you other?
Yeah, he has something else.
Okay, I wasn't sure who everybody was.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Berquist is our local.
Our emergency contact.
You're the emergency.
And my name is, no, he's
I'm the
an
local
emergency.
contact, handle any complaints, as well as maintenance on properties, things of that sort. Just to piggyback on what Olga was saying, there are the video surveillance system there, which I do go on several times a day while there's guests there, to make sure that everything is in order, make sure there's not excessive noise, excessive parking, and then pertaining to parking, like somebody said in one of the previous agendas, I do mention to them if they're gonna have more than the 4 allotted spaces on the property, that the casino's a great place to park that. You can drop it off, you can pick it up on your way out of town. And that has been utilized several times. We also have the Minute, however it's pronounced, noise monitors, which has a great feature. When it reaches a certain decibel, it goes off on the renter's phone, similar to an Amber Alert or something that we've all received on our phones. A very loud alarm has that feature as well. But it also contacts me and the 2 behind me and our housekeeper in addition to that. We all get notified. So those are just a few of the concerns there. The other concern that I have, and I know in the past, we've relied on the VHR hotline, I guess complaint line. That way, when I would get a notification of that sort, I would immediately go on to the surveillance videos, and I could be there in just a few minutes to shut anything down if there is a problem. But more times than not, when I go on the video camera, there'd be no noise, nothing. So a false complaint, I'm not sure what it would be listed under. And on top of that, I have not, because I'm the person that would get called by the service. It's been approximately 14 months since I got a call from that service. I know there was a couple of unsubstantiated complaints made, which were not done on that complaint hotline, which is what it's there for. So I'm not sure exactly how that would get done there, so that's my concern. And we also, speaking of unsubstantiated complaints, I noticed on page 329, there is one that says it was substantiated by Douglas County Sheriff's Office on May 21st. However, I do have an email from Danielle Soto saying that it was unsubstantiated. The date of the email is June 13th, which was about 3 weeks after the said complaint. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any questions I can answer?
Mr. Berquist.
Berquist.
Okay. I'm gonna have the board ask questions.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Bernie Strelo for the record on the noise complaint. So actually I just found out that you had a complaint yesterday from weeds. You just got a weed complaint.
A weed complaint.
Weed, W-E-E-D. You have
Smoking or growing or?
You can laugh if you want, but yeah, there's a lot of weeds around your property. And so we,
All kind of weed.
so there was, so you have 5 complaints, right? So, and this is our 7-day-old new code enforcement officer that got that. So, so we have it here, and we're checking your other comment about Danielle. He's looking it
I have
up
the
right
email
now.
here.
Okay, well, there was 4 complaints, 4 noise complaints.
Yes, but.
Can I-
the
I don't know
others
what the
were-
letter was for, so
The
we have to
others were
coordinate.
unsubstantiated.
But I don't know which noise complaint was substantiated against. There's 4 complaints is what I'm saying.
If
And
I
so-
may, on the, as soon as I received notification, we downloaded the recordings, and as you can see here, in the printout, here's the video recording sent to Mr. DeSoto. And on the video recordings, you can open and you see 2 or 3 guys talking quietly in the night. All 4 videos here show that at that time that the complaint was made. And that's what we did presented to.
Well, my right-hand man is checking.
Okay.
So
Now
to,
regarding the weeds, oh, I'm sorry.
I just was gonna say, to be clear, Mr. Strelo, there's a overgrown vegetation. I know any of us that were
It's in the
by saw
pictures
it.
too that I took.
But there's been a complaint on it.
Yesterday.
Yeah, may I say something? So, when I cut all the weeds before, TRPA or somebody came to me and find me or call me or cited me, saying that the water comes through in Tahoe and I'm not allowed to touch the vegetation. I don't remember, it was 2 or 3 years ago, and they fined me, or so, I don't know, they came and they said I was supposed to come much.
It wasn't a fine, but it was verbal.
It was a verbal warning. So I'm afraid to do anything because, but anyway, they said that that's how the water merges through the system of Tahoe, and I wasn't supposed to touch the vegetation because I made it really
And this is
pretty.
on your private property,
Yes,
not?
you see, I have a lot of land on the right side, and I clean it up.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
I'm looking
cleaned
down
up
there.
the right and the left, and they said I was not allowed to.
Okay.
So now I'm afraid.
I would like to have our fire representative speak to that.
Chris Willett for the record. So I'm not sure what TRPA told you or didn't tell you. If it's not in writing, I will say it didn't happen. So make them give you something in writing.
Okay.
Anytime I've come to your house, I've always given you something in writing.
Yes.
Weeds, there is requirements. We have requirements for Tahoe Douglas that do require all seasonal grasses to be cut down to 3 inches.
Okay.
Seasonal weeds, seasonal grasses. That is something we do check on when we go to vacation home rentals, but depending on when your permit, looks like it renews in April. So more than likely when we go there, it's covered in snow and I cannot see seasonal grasses or weeds.
I received a letter from the fire department stating that my weeds were in control, and that was done probably in June, July.
Yeah, so that's why
So they
we do
grow.
recommend you get those, it'll rain, right? May, June, sometimes we get
Yeah.
those mountain thunderstorms, and those weeds will come up quickly. So it does need to be something that's ongoing for you.
Okay.
You can definitely cut your weeds. I know in the past, TRPA had been worried about raking pine needles and all of that. We're not as worried about that, 3 inches.
Okay.
We're more worried about fire at this point.
Okay, so I was trying to find the TRPA here, and I'm pretty sure that they sent me something in writing.
If you can find it, I would love to see
I would
it.
love, yes, I promise you, I have it somewhere. Okay, so I will take care of those weeds immediately.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this back to the board for some questions. Thank you for clearing that up. I was looking to you, but I wasn't sure if anybody, okay. Board, who wants to ask some questions? I have a few, but,
Okay.
Michael?
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Sorry,
Oh.
real quick.
Yeah.
Thinking, probably why TRPA said that, if I'm remembering your property correctly, you're in a SEZ zone, extreme environment
I
zone.
think so.
So depending on where those weeds are located, yes, they are concerned about weeds in stream environment or plants in stream environment zones, but the ones right in front of your house, We're not worried about that. So maybe you need to clarify with TRPA where that stream environment zone is, so SEZ, where that runs, because that is important for vegetation management, for water clarity on how water comes down Kingsbury. There's many streams that feed down Kingsbury. So there could be a concern there based on that stream environment
He
zone.
told me that my side of the property that you're just referring to, that was also out of touch, that I have to clear with them what I could and could not do.
Which makes sense, but we do still have to trim dead
Okay.
weeds.
2, 3. No, they're alive.
Yeah, the ones I'm looking at in the
Oh,
picture are
they're
definitely dead.
okay. Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
take care of it.
Yeah, Ernie's trailer for the record, I took pictures for that reason,
Yeah.
actually.
Oh,
The
okay.
weeds were so high that you were having construction or something down there with
Yeah,
meats.
yeah, yeah.
And there was, so I couldn't get into the driveway and measure anything, but I walked along the perimeter of the house. You saw my white car out in the street, I measured the road, and then I walked along the side, and the weeds were really high.
Okay, yeah, I tried to hire 2 or 3 people actually to deal, because I didn't want them to become trees. And they promised me 3 times to come by and check and quote me, and they never do. So I'm sorry, but I will get somebody.
Michael, are you ready?
I think so
Yeah.
now.
Or are you distracted?
I was very distracted, okay. Olga, thank you so much for your presentation and everyone. Olga, you are the property manager,
I basically,
and
I am.
you are, okay. You handle the bookings, do you handle meeting people at the front door? Do you meet people at the front door?
No, we don't. What we do is the process that I gave you, and then through the arrival of the guests, we know when the guest is arriving.
Yep.
And we can check through the cameras how many people have come in, through how many cars are there, and
Okay.
this is how we deal with it. And sometimes we're in contact with the phone for whatever reason, to see if they need something or not. It's just depending on the day or the time of their arrival.
To answer your question, they're given a code to access the
Yeah.
property. If that answers your question.
And when you have guests, then you go and live at another accommodation close by?
No, we only rent the property around 90 days a year.
Oh.
So then I'm in and out. I have 2 businesses in the Bay Area, so I shuttle myself back and forth. But I'm here mostly in the ski season and the summer when there's no renters, yes.
Okay, so you take care of the bookings, you take care of collections of monies?
Yes.
You send out all your rental agreements and
Yes.
stuff like that? If you go on vacation, who takes care of it?
My assistant Gina Herrera.
Gina?
Yeah.
Does Gina have the little certificate?
Yeah, it's her certificate?
Yeah.
No, she didn't do a certificate, but she certainly studied the code. She
Yes,
probably can
that's
answer
right.
it to you right now. But
Okay,
if
but
you
if you're
want-
gone, you have to have somebody that has that.
I was gonna,
Yeah, well, he has done the certificate. Sorry about that.
Yeah, please, please.
Mr. Lauritsen has a comment to make.
Go ahead.
Okay, Richard Lauritsen, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Just want to let you know that you're going to be receiving a violation letter for the weeds.
For the weeds, okay.
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 So I have a new officer, and she actually brought this to my attention.
Okay,
Because the weeds are taller than 10 inches.
okay,
Okay, so you're going to be receiving that.
okay.
Another thing I want to mention is you mentioned the Daniel Soto about the noise, and
Yeah.
that was actually documented as a violation. And
Okay,
that was actually on July 7th of 2020.
yeah, the violation was because the permit was disappeared from the front door.
Yes.
Well, here it is.
Well, no, this is a noise complaint. This is
Oh.
a noise complaint, and it was verified by Douglas County SO officer.
Okay, but his email says the complaint was for noise, which was unsubstantiated, sorry, I can't find
easy for you to say.
unsubstantiated by the VHR deputies. The deputies did find the permit was missing, which is a violation. I'm sorry, sir, may I share this with you?
Okay, I have a report right here. And
Maybe
so
he
I'm
didn't-
I'm just letting you know that it was a violation.
Okay, he
Whether it's
said
substantiated
otherwise.
Yes, it was. Yes, it
Okay.
was.
Okay, I'm
Ernie's
sorry.
trailer for the record, there's multiple noise violations for this address. So that letter could be for any one of those.
Oh, no, it says May 21.
This is July 2nd.
This is July 7th.
Oh,
Seven, yeah.
oh, no, I don't have that, I'm sorry. I thought it was May
You can request a
21.
copy of that through the Douglas County Sheriff's
Okay,
Office.
okay, so yeah, I don't have that one. I have the May 21, I'm sorry. I didn't receive a violation in writing at all or by email. I didn't receive a copy, sir, I'm sorry.
And just to let you know, is since 2015, you've received 8 complaints.
Okay, and I
And
know,
a lot of them weren't, some of them weren't substantiated, but the point is you received 8 complaints.
I know, may I explain why? Can I?
Okay, okay.
Okay, so, not everybody's happy with short-term vacation rentals, and this is a very quiet area. And I do have a person that constantly calls, and that's why they're not calling. At the beginning, they were calling the hotline. And now they figure out that by doing the calls to the police, then it will have a report that it would be, maybe perhaps create the cancellation of my license. And every single time that the county has called, I installed those cameras since 2019, sir. And one of the reasons I installed the cameras to protect the neighbors and for the verification of this type of calls. And every time that the county or code enforcement calls me, I proceed and give them all the video recordings. And the video recordings show that there's no noise, and it's majority. I don't know about this violation in July, I'm sorry, because I have the monitor and I don't recall having a monitor alarm, but if there was
Pardon
such a...
me, but can the board begin to have our discussion about it, and that you two can work out your violation issues at another time? We know there's violations because we've been given the sheet on it. We know now that there's another weed violation, but we need to keep this moving. And I just kind of so you say you only rent this out 90 days out of the year?
Yeah.
Okay. Patty, do you have some questions? Or Michael, you had some more, I'm sorry, I saw that.
Yeah.
Just a few more. I'm going
Go ahead.
to cut it kind of short here, but I looked at both your ads. The Airbnb ad does not have a permit that I can find. Now, I'm not saying it's not there, but I looked at every tab. I tried to.
If you open it, it's right on the front when it talks about the house.
The Verbo one did, but I couldn't see it on the Airbnb. But that's, you can just check that out.
Yeah.
Okay, I know she had it on the Verbo one, and you had your very strict rules on
Yes,
there.
right on the front.
That was good. On your, this is for Chris. On the package, 347 shows the front of the house, and it shows this, it looks like a exterior chimney or some sort of exterior flume. Can you help me with that? And it shows blackness around what I call T111 siding.
Yeah, so I had the same concern with it on my first inspection. That is an interior chimney that has a gas fireplace in it. So, sorry, not chimney. It's got a gas fireplace in it. It's
The direct vent.
direct vent chimney, or sorry, direct vent fireplace. So I had, the building department had met me out there for that, not just for that, but that's one of the things we looked at. At that point, the sooting on that looked like it was old, and sometimes what happens is when those direct vent gas fireplaces are put in, maybe they're not done exactly right for the altitude is what the building inspector had thought, and is why there was possibly some sooting on there. It was not fresh sooting, I could not wipe it with my hand. So they did look at it, they made a recommendation to OVA at that time that the licensed heating and air contractor come out and look at it, or plumber, someone that has the correct license to be able to make sure that it was set right for this altitude.
Olga, do you know if that?
I had a chimney inspector come twice.
And around the corner, Chris, there's not a photo of it. I have a photo on my camera. There's another chimney device, and it looked like they put some metal flashing. I don't know if it was to shield fire. Let me see if I can get it on my phone here. But so these things are legal, basically.
Yeah.
They just may look bad with The soot.
It does make it look better, the soot, and what that looks like is that the sooting on there is because you were getting a bad air to fuel ratio mixture.
Okay.
So that needed to be adjusted, and you'll get that like on a natural gas fireplace because your fuel to air ratio mixture is wrong.
Olga, you
I do
mentioned.
not know how to set that though.
Oh, no, I won't ask you. Olga, you mentioned you were having some work done or some.
Yeah.
What kind of work were you having done?
The deck was repaired. It had a old, how do you call it? Old wood. Yeah, the wood on the top of the deck was.
It was old and needed a replacement.
Yeah.
Any other work that was done on the house recently?
No, not that.
Yes, 342. Guess what, Chris? I got another window question for you. This is on page 342. And, I don't know. So let you tell me.
Top middle one.
Yeah, the top middle.
The top.
Well, I guess it would be the lower left too, but.
So what's your question on it?
My question is there enough square footage for egress safely?
That's a great question. So it meets the width, it's a little bit shy on the height, but it's an existing window. So she would have to, we did talk about it, we would have to cut the casement, but we were so confident. Part of the thing with windows and the requirement in the IRC is not just so that people can get out, it's also so that we can get in with an SCBA on our back. So we felt like we could still confidently do that in that window.
I was more concerned with them getting out, and I didn't care if the place burned down.
Well, if there's someone in there, a firefighter's going in after them. So that's part of it too.
Okay. Do you have a snow service?
Yes.
On your demonstration, you showed 3 people shoveling snow.
those were
That's not your snow service.
No, those are my kids. The last person that did the snow service last year is, I think, is moved out of the area. There's a gentleman that I haven't signed the agreement with, but he does hold the area at Kingsbury.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Patty?
Yeah, Mike kind of addressed the questions that I had. And when were the noise monitors put in?
I think, the cameras I have since 2000, I think the noise monitors were after the new code, maybe put in May, June.
I believe it was May.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's.
Okay, Keith?
Yes, ma'am. Did I understand correctly that you live in the house 9 months a year, and then there's a period of 3 months a year that you have other businesses, and you rent it out for those 90 days only? Did I understand that correctly?
No, that's not exactly what I said. I said I only rent the house approximately 90 days a year, and I shuttle back and forth in between the extra days.
Okay, thank you, because, it's interesting, for the lack of anything better, we look for driver's license to do residency, and you're a director in Ole, whichever one this is, so there's several Ole companies. It shows you're a resident of Brisbane. On your LinkedIn profile, it says you're a resident of Brisbane. Everything online looks like you're a resident of Brisbane, so that's why I was wondering if it was 3 months and everything, because your businesses are in Brisbane, that was why it was showing. So thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, that's why I have to shuttle back and forth, because my businesses are there.
I understand shuttling, I'm shuttling, right?
And if I may, I do live in the Bay Area, so I'm the one that usually manages the business down in the Bay Area. So, yeah.
We have these noise complaints, and on your VRBO ad, there's a Jason B that says, and he says he rented in June of 2022, I'll just read exactly what he says in 1 second. The owner needs to halt rentals, and, well, by the way, it's interesting everything we've talked about. This is Brittany B. Oh, I guess it's Jason B. as well, sorry. So Brittany B. In July 22 says, owner needs to haul rentals, tear down the deck, build stairs up front, maybe pull some weeds outside. Also, the threat of noise complaint fines, being kicked out of the rental for noise complaint was frustrating. We weren't partying, but larger groups tend to laugh and get a little loud. Then Jason B. says, communication with hosts was borderline aggressive. She made us wear noise ordinance. So, you know, it sounds like you are being aggressive, but I guess I want to go to this Brittany B. It looks like, and she stayed in July of 2022. You called her several times. Was that the noise monitors going off, or were those neighbor complaints, or what prompted you to call several times to Brittany B. in July of 2022?
So my tools are the noise monitor, could be that. It could be that I'm looking through the cameras and there's a problem, and then I'm in contact with my neighbors who text me they parked in my garage, or
Okay.
something like that to the effect, which I must correct immediately.
Okay, so your neighbors have texted you with issues of parking in
Well, the lady had asked, I think this is the same lady. The lady had asked a neighbor across the street if she could park there for some reason. I don't know what, but she misunderstood. The person that was coming to park for a few minutes misunderstood and parked in this other neighbor's place. So they says, they have a car here. So then I says, oh, I'm sorry, this was the wrong parking place to go in. So I don't know what they were doing.
I guess my point is, I thought you said a neighbor had texted you about parking, and under the code, you know, a lot of the property managers are saying, call us, don't call code enforcement, don't call the sheriff, call us, we'll take care of it. Under the code, when you receive anything about parking or noise, you have an obligation to notify code enforcement so they can log in. I think that's within 30 minutes. And within like an hour or so, you're supposed to call back and tell them you rectified it. So, you know, when you're getting these noise, when you're getting parking or noise complaints, you're getting any text from your neighbors, you are supposed to be notifying code enforcement that occurred.
Okay, this was like a 5-minute thing. It was an in and out, but
So it's easy to resolve, but you're still supposed to notify.
Okay, so then in the future, so I'll advise the neighbors to not call me and call code enforcement regarding that?
No, that wouldn't be my point. My point would be just, you know, I think it's a good track record to say, I got a call, it's resolved. You know, and 2 separate calls. I just think that shows a diligence. Yeah, because again, like you said, you have 2 different people, or Brittany, again, talking about noise. You know, she's obviously creating noise. I don't know how you found out about it. I'm not talking about this one that you should have called code enforcement to report that you had a complaint. But there's obviously noise happening. If you're calling them, something prompted that. Either your noise monitors are going off, or you received a neighbor complaint. I don't know which one. I don't think we require noise monitor going off to do a self-report. But you know, anything from your neighbor is. But obviously in July, if you were talking to the renter, obviously there was noise happening in the house, is my comment.
Well, the process, like I explained on the rental process, is that if there's the noise alarm or there's any issue, we immediately notify the guest to correct that issue. And that's the diligence, correct? So immediately correct the issue, what's going on. And if they don't correct it, then we go into Eric to come over and, you know, he will take care of the problem. But,
Agreed, and I think that's a great process. What I'm saying, you know, I don't know if those noise alarms create a report. In other words, I don't think that's self-reportable. But again, you are aware of noise. If you are getting noise, so if it came from your noise monitor, you are aware that there's noise going on in your house, is my point. So that's why I was looking at it. And my other question is for Ernie. You know, Ernie, I think we shifted our wording. There was a lot of I don't want want to say misunderstanding, but I guess misunderstanding. You used to say unsubstantiated. When we see on page 329, 2 and 3, that it was determined there's to be no violation by DCSO. They weren't there when the noise complaint happened. This is the same thing that used to be called unsubstantiated. They didn't actually verify that there was never any noise. This is the same thing that when they arrived, there was no noise. Is that correct? And the fourth one is the neighbor was complaining and they called back and said, by the way, the noise stopped. I don't want to bother the sheriff. But am I right on item 2 and 3?
Yeah, 2 and 3 is, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I have no further comment.
Thank you, Keith. A couple questions. Is this Sherwood Drive your primary residence?
No, I wouldn't say that is at the moment. I was in 2018 all the time there because I was going through something. But now I have to tend to legal matters and other issues. And so I chattel, I
So
stay.
where's your primary residence?
Well,
Like, if
right
you were
now
filling
I'm-
out your tax return, where would you say you live?
Oh, my tax return?
Yeah, just as an example.
I believe that the property, the address that I put there is California, but the Sherwood is reported in my taxes as my sole property.
No, I'm not asking about what's on your taxes, I'm just asking what's your primary residence. Because I do have a problem with you being considered the property manager when you're not a resident of Douglas County, that is in code. And I don't think that makes you qualify as a property manager. The fact that you have Mr. Berquist as your emergency contact, I just kind of feel like maybe he's your 24-hour contact because you're not here.
Oh, no,
And-
well, when the guests, oh, yeah.
What I'm getting at is, those are just some of my concerns, that, if you're the property manager, why do you need Mr. Berquist? But it's just a statement, I don't need an answer. What I'd like to do, and if everybody else agrees, I'd like to see if we have any public comment on this before we rattle around on it anymore. Is that good with you, Keith? Yep. If he didn't, I said it for him. Yeah. Is that?
Your chair, you didn't call.
State your name, spell your last name, we're 3 minutes old, because it's been so long,
Ron Mitchell.
Keith is speaking.
Oh, Keith?
Part one. I have no other comments. My internet's getting kind of flaky. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm gonna go with public comment.
Okay, my name is Ron Mitchell, and my wife and I've lived at Tahoe for 50 years. And we've lived on Sherwood at 391, we're 2 doors down from the subject property. And we've been there 35 years. So Olga made a very nice presentation, but that doesn't seem to be reality for what my wife and I have experienced since we met you back in 2015, I think, when you first bought the properties. I met you out in the street, we talked a bit, but over the years, there's been, we don't hear the noise so much because our house faces downhill and away from the property. But the trash and the parking in the wintertime, in the summertime, doesn't matter. You can get 2 in the garage, 2 in the driveway, and then there's always, not always, often there will be 2, 3, maybe 4 cars in the street, which is sometimes it get hard to get by in the wintertime especially. And during ski season, it gets crowded. So our main concerns are the traffic, the cars and the trash. And the trash has happened a lot. And there's just the one container out there, but the bears get into it and the trash is strewn out in the street. That has happened a lot of times. So for my wife and myself, we would prefer that this be declined. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Do I have other public comment on this?
My name is Len Kyle, K-Y-L-E.
I live at 196 Kingsbury Circle, more or less directly above the rental property in question. I may need some extra time to address the TRPA issue. I have information for that, but I don't want to cut into my time to answer what happened with the TRPA in this property. You will be receiving in a supplemental approximately 6 written statements by current and past neighbors near this property. I couldn't get them into Ernie in time to get them to you today because some of them just arrived. I'll make my comments brief. In reference to the above application for a Tier 3 permit, you will, as I said, we'd like to offer our observations on this particular property. The reason we've included statements from current and past neighbors, we want to show a past history of misconduct. This isn't something that's current, that's gone on since 2015. Both past and current neighbors have addressed in the letters you'll receive, by the way, and those letters you'll look at are far more caustic than any comments I'm going to make today. That's how angry those people are. But those letters will address habitual noise disturbances, the street obstruction with so many vehicles, we've counted as many as 7 parked on the street, that at times emergency service vehicles would have had a difficult time navigating our street. Fire safety concerns, and another lady here, Laura, who's an extra neighbor, will speak to fires that have actually occurred on the property because of the renters. This is not just a threat, it actually happened. I, for one, have incurred damage. Well, we actually have had an issue here with trespass, criminal trespass on my property and Dan Barnett's property next to me. We have a slope. I've incurred damage to my drip irrigation lines from the renters sledding and skiing down the hillside between our 2 properties. Moreover, that trespass is facilitated by the VHR operator who actually supplies the sleds. As to the parking issue, this operator went so far as to clear-cut the property next to her house to provide for additional parking for the renters. That is the TRPA issue. If you give me a moment, I'll explain that. There's what appears to be a lot next to her that looks like it's vacant. It's not. Half of that lot belongs to her property, the other half belongs to the property to the left. Well, that's what I asked you for permission to continue. If you want me to stop, I will.
No, go ahead. I kind of want to hear the TRPA.
I think you do need to hear this.
Yes.
So, we saw the workers down there clear-cutting the property. We asked them, why is that being done? Because we knew it was a says zone. They said, well, Olga wants to park additional cars on that property. We notified the TRPA, obviously, because we knew it was a says zone. They put a stop to it immediately and told her basically she would have been, I don't know what I have asked for a copy of the document from the TRPA. As soon as I get that on this complaint, I will forward it to you. You'll see what happened. If I continue now.
Yeah, just give me like a minute. Okay.
Okay. So it's reasonable to ask why would one need additional parking on that land that was cleared if indeed there's already a garage and a driveway? Well, from our collective experience, we know the reason. That's because there routinely are many more cars on that property than there should ever be allowed. We also know from experience we've frequently observed 12 to 18 people at a time at this property, well in excess of what should be permitted. It's been operating like it was a Tier 3 from day 1. We've even experienced occasions when we've seen 2 full-size motorhomes parked on the street, in addition to the property, other cars we've referenced here. I'll abbreviate a few other things. We've talked about the weed situation. Indeed, there's no way this house could pass a defensible space inspection between the weeds in the front and the back. And at one time, there was even firewood stacked right against the wall of the house. This place is an accident waiting to happen. Other than that, I'll get along. The issue of the trash has been addressed already. There's nowhere, we've had trash, we don't throw the trash, we collect it in bags and put it under deck so the bears don't scatter it again. But I mean, that's the best we can do. Other than that, I won't say a whole lot more, other than the fact that you're aware that there was 700 residents of Tahoe Township recently signed a petition about VHRs. Every single one, with one exception, in the proximity of this VHR signed that petition. That should tell you something. Other than that, I think I'll let it go on. One thing that bothers me is about the complaints and the calling of the sheriff. It is an extremely inappropriate use of limited sheriff resources. We have 2 sheriffs per shift up here. When you've got 12 to 15 drunks on the deck carrying on, they have to send 2 sheriff's deputies just to protect the sheriff. That leaves the rest of the township unpatrolled because of this kind of stuff. It's just not appropriate use of limited resources in this county. This, to me, is the poster child of what a bad absentee owner is. We've heard in public hearings about the other VHR operators saying we shouldn't be penalized because of a few bad apples. This is a bad apple. This is your chance to clean house. I hope you do it down the road. Maybe when you see the supplemental information, that'll convince you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Public comment on this item?
My name is Laura Neiman, N-I-E-M-A-N-N. If you knew that, but I live right next door to this, and I'm a full-time resident. And my husband works in the home and out. He travels. So he does educational webinars, conducts business on his computer, and we're constantly berated during day hours, you know, with a hoo-ha, yee-haw, look at that view, you know, and having to close our doors and windows so we can conduct business so he can. And that's just not functional, I mean, in everyday life. And then at nighttime, when we're ready to go to bed, our master bedroom is right next to her house. And even with her windows open and us trying to have a breeze, you know, without AC, we're hearing the poker game going on at all hours at night. So it's a constant noise issue. I mean, there's no relevance of, oh, we have a monitor now. And those cameras were not put in until after we had moved in, which we moved in August of 2020. And that's when I recorded the fire going on the outside deck. Because I had been talked to about making defensible space. I get out there, I work, I watch my neighbors get out there and work and clean their yards and make it appropriate and a beautiful view. And I had to turn around and look at this view because it's right directly next to me. And I've gotten out there and picked up pine cones and picked up dead wood and picked up trash. And that's not my job. And that's not my job to call her and tell her, hey, your renters are being noisy. You know, it's been constant from day one since we moved in. And it's a disappointment because I really looked forward to moving here. And as regards to the car parking, that happened September the 23rd, and I noticed it, we were out of town, the one time we were out of town, and I looked on my Ring app and I noticed it at 10 in the morning. Well, then I looked back and I noticed that they came in at like 11 o'clock at night and were parked there till 10, till I text Eric and said, you better get them moved or I'm gonna call and have them moved. So, I've done several courtesy calls. I live in fear of rebuttal if I call the sheriff because of me being alone there in the house. So, you know, I've tried to do my part, but it's like a constant wall against this property next door to me. And I'm not against vacation rental homes because I actually own one back in Texas, but
Time is up.
I'm not against them. Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Where shall we start? Keith? We're starting with you. Wait a minute, we need to turn you up or something.
Barely.
It's,
Yeah,
it's,
so, you got one house that's 50 feet away. You've got numerous noise complaints, some verified, some unverified. You've got renters talking about getting calls from her about making noise. I think this one is just too close to other houses in this neighborhood to be tier 3.
okay. Is that all?
Sorry, sorry to disappoint, sorry to disappoint, but yes.
Wow, okay, Keith. Do the rest of you have any comments you want to make before we go to motion and vote?
Patty Graff for the record. I agree with Keith. I think the property is not managed that well. There's complaints. I think the owner's trying, but it's just not at the level of a tier 3. And my recommendation would be to deny the permit.
Michael?
Well, Mickey, I think you hit upon the one thing that would deny it automatically, that she's really not a resident of Douglas County, she's doing the property management, so that would disqualify it right off the bat, so that's all I have to say.
Yeah, and I already said it. Can I get a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to deny Tier 3 VHR special permit for 395 Sherwood Drive.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Michael, a second by Patty to deny the application for the Tier 3 SUP with occupancy of 14 persons for 395 Sherwood Drive in State Line, owned by Olga and Timothy Alexander. All those in favor of denying this permit?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Keith?
Aye, yeah, sorry, yeah, my internet must have been aye.
Okay. So we have a 4-0 denial of this permit. Thank you. I'm going to skip the last item, which was looking at some dates because we're going to be in the holidays, so we will work that out internally. Closing public comment. This would be, then thank you for your patience.
Okay. I'm still Ruth Kaywood, and I still live at 639 Lookout. And I love it, okay? I'm not against VHRs. What I am against are tier 3s. It's like having a small motel next to you. And I would put to the board, how would you like to have a VHR move in right next to you? In your homes, wherever you live, how would you feel? You've saved all your life, you have a beautiful retirement home, and you're surrounded by VHRs. We have 38 in Zephyr Heights. I think that's enough. I think that's enough. That's all. That's it. Oh, wait, I have one more comment from Peggy.
Might as well.
Okay.
It's so long.
Okay.
The gray hair and the...
Okay, so Peggy won't speak publicly, but I will do it for her. There was a drug overdose at 610 Dawn Drive. Peggy lives at 601 Dawn Drive. They showed up at Peggy's house at midnight.
Because they gave the wrong address.
They were so drugged out that they gave the wrong address of the VHR. Okay, so that was one, and then there was a Greyhound bus that arrived to a VHR up there, and they had people sleeping in sleeping bags in the garage too, because they ran out of room in the house. So VHRs, I think...
Came up those roads.
See?
610 is one they denied for tier 3, but.
Yes, I was there, and I was very happy to hear that. And speaking of weeds, that 610 Dawn needs a little yard work as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I'll see you at the next meeting.
Well, we look forward to it. Other public comment, other closing public comment? Okay, well, seeing none, I'm adjourning the meeting before someone changes their mind.